And we're here. Hello, everyone. Oh, I'm excited. This is going to be great. Welcome to session 1 of Daisuisen. Hope everyone's excited, because I certainly am. Let's see. Well, to start out, since we've already got a good amount of time to get everyone back in and get everything all ready. First off, I want to start with some introductions with everyone. So
excellent.
Let's start from the top. I'm Afro. I'm the GM. I've spent the last good 3 months probably working on this one, and I'm really excited to get into it. Probably 4 now at this rate, maybe 5. I don't know. Time's time, but I've been working really hard on it, and it's going to be really good. I've got a Patreon, which I've actually started uploading some mini RPs and content like that on for this. Basically, if you knew about it, there is a little sneak preview of Jay's character, which we'll see very shortly. And beyond that, there's some other stuff there too. And after the session, I'll be uploading a sneak preview of next week's player character on their own little side Daisuisen story. If you're not entirely sure, this is basically just going to be a series of sessions that are all independent but have a few crossing characters. So if you're not caught up, you can still watch the next week. So if you don't miss next week, you can watch one after that. Doesn't really matter. And along with the project, I want to shout out a few things really quick. A lot of the maps in here, I am using 2-minute tabletops assets for, and Dungeon Draft as a program. I highly recommend checking both out. They are fantastic and make some really pretty maps. And on top of that, the song you're listening to right now is one I commissioned from someone named Zephisonis on Twitter. And I can post that one in chat. There's another song by them on coming up, so keep that one and get an ear out for it. I'll probably play it again at the end, so that'll be a fun one. But yeah, I put a lot of work into it, and honestly, at this rate, that's all I've really got. So let's pass it on down to the next one below. Let's talk to our player for the day.
Hi, I'm Jay, and I'm gonna be the very first player for this game, which I am extremely psyched about. Thank you for letting me roll in first.
Yeah.
I've been I've been very excited for my character for a while at this point. I hope everybody enjoys them. I've got a gimmick. You're gonna discover it. We're gonna discover it all together. As far as what I'm doing, I guess I have a Patreon. Go to the Windrose Everlasting Patreon if you want to catch up on content like Bretta's Endless Summer Trip right now. It's currently running. We're releasing an episode every Monday that I remember. But yeah, that's honestly about it for me. I'm just really thankful to be here. Thank you for running this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Agent J-Wall and Jack of Coins, thank you for the subs.
Oh yes, of course. We can do that right now.
Yeah, and absolutely, it's my pleasure. This is going to be great. Yes, they all have gimmicks. Every PC has a gimmick. This PC's gimmick is call it shot to my heart.
Yes.
But we have one more person here, and it's my co-GM, Chad, who's done a crap ton of art for this.
Hello. Hi, I'm Chad. I'm told I'm supposed to mention the fact that I have a Patreon. I posted a poll on there today to see whether or not I should open up my commissions again, since as I have done a lot of art for this, I can do more art for you for a price. Thank you so much for coming in today. I'm so excited. Christian has put so much work into this, and every single PC. I'm so excited for everybody.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. So, okay. All right. Without further ado, I think we've got our introductions out of the way. I can't think of anything else to really go on right now, so why don't we get started with the very, very first session of Daisuisen. This one is the God of Nothing. There are places that remain unexplored. Deep forests with canopy thick, dark depths of the sea, and peaks of mountains beyond the clouds human eyes have not witnessed. Yet even in lands we have explored, there are more stones left unturned than not. Humanity cannot claim to have seen every grain of sand in a desert. And so, beneath these unturned stones, within those unexplored spaces between two trees, there lie secrets, folds in reality, lands that exist perpetually undiscovered by all but those who are not human. And amidst these twisting realms of spirits, there are some things that are best left undiscovered. Across the country, up to the north of Mitsudai, there lies a city which is known as Falling Leaves. This city is surrounded on all sides by a large wall of clay, a living god that has bestowed protection on this city. And it is in this city that we find one exorcist wandering through the streets. Goli,
Yeah.
you find yourself traveling through these crowded streets once again. Having been here for almost the full pass of your visa, you move across.
He lets out a wheeze as he walks, sort of shifting around these streets. It's been so long. Looking back and forth. Where was I supposed to go again? Crap. He like rubs the back of his head. Was it looks down at his map. Thing's worthless. Throws it over his shoulder.
You, the Red City, it's truly been a long time. At one place, you called this land your home, this land of Mitsudai. Though years and years apart have turned you into a stranger. All the way up in Lancia, where you've practiced your craft, you finally come back down, for whatever reason you would have, but perhaps it's just finding work.
I almost chased out. He scratches his chin, remembering the ordeal.
Chased out of Lancia, back home. Well, as you step by, you come to a stop. Where were you again? You checked the street corner. Oh, right. They said there's some sort of smith here, and then across the street from the smith, and then that building over, blue roof. Oh, right here, actually.
What a lucky coincidence. He turns on his heel and looks away. Thanks, Mitsudai. Good to be home.
And moving on through the door, you leave the crowded streets behind you, and you enter a hall. A hall which is used by a rather influential figure. It's a bit barren for the most part. A simple place, the bell clings behind you as you walk inside. Across the way, you see a meeting room, over hereabouts, where you already hear two light voices talking, barely audible through the wall. This is the spot the commander was supposed to meet you.
He moves in and almost like ignoring his greater instinct to knock on one of these walls, lets out coming in.
You come on inside and you hear the voices sort of cease from the other side of the wall. And you hear a beckoning call from the commander as you round once more this corner and find yourself coming face to face with the door. A meeting room.
Slowly, like nudge head down, put shoulder to it, and he uses his not so formidable frame to force the thing open.
You do so. On the other side, you see two individuals. And
he raises a hand in greeting and then just quietly sits down.
The second to arrive. Coley, is it?
Nods.
The man who speaks is Commander Ishigaki, an important figure in the Red City, one who organizes the Guard, the Navy, and as he sits across from you, his stony expression falls on you, examining you. The other individual, who sits directly across from you, however. He seems to have a rather plain face, a turtle blessing, a man from Rauji for sure. However, there's something about that face. Is it panic? Anxiety? You're not quite sure. He doesn't seem quite comfortable. All the same, when he speaks with some form of self-assured bravado. Ah, welcome. You must be the other exorcist here, right?
He nods, and he nods and looks around the room. We're waiting on one more. 3 people for an exorcist job, really?
You 3 were the 3 who responded, so you're the 3 who we're waiting for.
Wes, well, 3, quite frankly, is a bit much, don't you think?
Of course, it's overkill.
Yes, a master of ambrosia such as myself would surely be more than enough for this.
Oh,
Cully.
master of ambrosia, huh?
Of course.
When you've been in charge of defense for as long as I have, you understand that it's best to take even small cracks in your foundation with utmost seriousness.
I mean, no offense. No, of course. I understand. I'm just surprised you would have the money to hire 3 specialists such as us. Oh, furthermore, my name is Yukitake. A pleasure to meet you. Puts his hand forward.
Nice to meet you as well. My name's, reaches out, holds it, thinks about it, turns it over in his head a few times. My name's Cully D. Yeah, D sounds good for today. He kind of shakes the hand.
Kind of raises his eyebrow. You notice some of the kind of turtle scales on his face almost seem to kind of like move up with the brow itself, making his face rather animated when he chooses to be. So, I must ask, what is this mission of ours?
We've been getting reports from the farmers near the outside of the wall that a tree is causing them quite a bother, really. At first, we focused on other problems such as thievery, but over time, enough reports came in that I thought it best to get it handled by people who are more accustomed to the supernatural.
Yukitake reaches a hand up, scratching at his wonderful beard as he sort of considers this. Ooh, well, quite an interesting conundrum. You say the trees are giving trouble? What kind
It
of
is said
yokai
that
would be doing
it's
that?
one tree so far.
One tree?
One tree. Cully reaches up and scratches his atrocious beard. Thinking about it deeply, he just looks up. Why not just move everybody away from the tree, you know? Just get them away from it, then it won't be a problem anymore.
We have the funds for an exorcist, not an expedition of that scale.
He looks down. They never want to move away from the problems.
Problems exist to be removed, not moved from. Showing such a lack of spine will surely lead to the problem simply following you.
You can move away from a lot of problems, my friend.
He kind of considers that. Yes, well, I don't entirely disagree, but so this tree, it's out. Where is it per se?
Well, it's a bit farther out from the entrance, a little bit off the path as well. Only locals have been coming in with reports, really. If any travelers have been afflicted by this, they haven't been saying it.
Ah. He pulls out his big backpack and looks on inside, pulling out a book of some sorts. And as he looks at the book, he flips through the pages and in the inside finds... perhaps. He kind of looks down at the page. Coley, you turn down as well, and you see... it's some other yokai or some sort. You're not quite sure what it is.
Mm.
Yes,
He look-
yes.
he sort of nods along. You think it's a yokai then?
What else could it be? Harassing travelers on the road fits well within the descriptors.
Potentially, it could be something inhabiting the stones or the land itself. The tree could just be a diversion.
Mmm. Kind of, like, curls lip. Oh, I don't quite think that would be the case. I mean, stones cannot move roots.
I am well acquainted with stones that move houses, let alone roots.
Oh, I see. He stops. I was referring more to the supernatural and the inclinations of. With that, he stops as a door clicks open up above. The third has finally arrived. The latest as well. Moving down, you can't quite hear him, except he does make his steps to the door. And as it happens, you hear a similar knock coming in. And as the door opens, Coley, you turn your head to see the third. A man stands there with hair that shines as vibrantly as snow on a fresh day. A large coat hung over his body, and the most peculiar arm on his right side, wrapped from shoulder to finger in a large, snaking bandage. He moves on inside. My apologies for being so late. I had to stop for tea.
Cully snorts audibly.
He moves
Sit down.
past. He kind of like he steps through and he's like, it was tea time. You have to. He kind of like he makes an expression just like what did you want from me?
Yes, yes. Go about your mystic ways.
It's not mystic. He stops, waves his hand. Right. I'm Suisen. I've come in response to your looking for a core spirit stabilizer. A core
Yes.
spirit stabilizer, huh?
That's not an exorcist.
Well,
No, not a master of ambrosia either.
The two judgmentally. Like, I don't know, Cully was sizing this guy up, but for a second, in this moment, he's like, yes, I am totally here to beat down on the new guy with you.
The latest one is the babiest one.
Yes.
Suisen reaches up. So, you've hired 3 different people, huh? He reaches up, scratching his no beard.
A little bit of overkill, wouldn't you say?
not necessarily. You have all received your initial payments, but only the one who truly rids us of this problem will receive the full bounty.
What? He stands up, kicking the chair back slightly. Oh, it's a competition then.
Yes.
What? He kind of. I didn't think we. I mean, shouldn't we all probably work together on this front? I agree. But of course, it's a matter of scholarly debate. Not. Surely, if it's a yokai, my specialty will come forth. If it's whatever that is, core spirits, yes. Yes, core spirits. They are. Yes. He turns over and looks over. And if it's some demon or rock, I'm sure Coley will take care of it.
Coley just like hangs his head slightly. So it's just a test to see whose methods work, right?
May the most efficient method have the best of luck.
Yeah, I should be fine then.
I know I was late, but what exactly is going on with this? What are the
Well, it's
accounts?
a tree.
A tree?
Yeah, everybody's real scared of a tree, and they're not moving away from the tree either.
He contemplates that. All right. Where is this tree located?
It's located outside of the Red Wall's border itself. You'll find it a bit to the east. Far off. Well, not too far off from the traveler's path.
East. Down. He considers a little bit. This wouldn't happen to be located in the wolf god's domain, would it?
He strokes his rectangular beard. I'm sure that dog won't pay you any mind. Do your best not to mess with any cubs you come across.
I see. He sort of considers that for a moment, is in thought. There is a chance it could be a core spirit, and if that is the case, I'll do my best. He kind of checks around, pulls out his own book, and kind of looks around for a bit. Well, all right. I suppose if that's all we have, then we might as well go check it out ourselves, right?
Cully
Best go
kind
on
of
your way.
nods, shrugs, stands up, pats the back of the chair one time, turns, and then walks out into the other room.
Yes, very well. Thank you for hosting us in this moment. Yukitake stands up. I respect you immensely, Shigaki.
As you should. Commander is a position to be respected. Long have these walls stood, and as Suisen leaves the room, you hear this go on for about another 5 minutes. You could probably leave this guy behind.
Hey, do you want to leave that guy behind?
I mean, should we? We should all probably move as a group.
If we're talking efficiency, that's definitely the case, but at the same time, I don't like him very much, so, he starts walking.
He's just like, all right. He kind of steps up a little bit. What about you then?
He, looks back over.
You,
He looks at Suisen.
He just kind of like, well, he's a master ambrosia, and you're an exorcist, so what do you think's going on?
He kind of sighs. Well, looks back over your shoulder at the vaunted master of ambrosia. Things aren't quite so clear-cut. Depending on what country you're in, you're playing by different rules, right? You said you're a core spirit stabilizer, so kind of stretches his neck a little bit. Could be that. I'm less likely to believe it's some sort of yokai from Mitsudai, after all. I've heard of them, but never really interacted with one.
He considers that himself. Yeah, I've seen a yokai once or twice, and they're very, very different. I have a feeling that if they had a yokai problem, they probably could have taken care of it with, well, frankly, guns and swords, potentially.
Cully thinks about that. Yeah, question, actually. Are you armed?
No.
Oh, I guess rumors are what they say. Cully, shifts through. I brought this gun. He pats, and then as the master of ambrosia approaches, he quickly closes his coat, hiding what is just a sidearm.
Suisen's got a face on as Yukitake turns the corner. My compatriots, I'm ready to depart. Right, yeah, let's
good.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
All three of you move on outside, and as you head out onto the streets once more, you eventually find your way across, and heading out through the main gate of the Red City, you all prepare to leave. The large, busy city wall is once more a cacophony of noise, as it always is. This place is the sole entry into the Red City, from land at least. This has resulted in a large backlog of people coming in and out of the city, something that stretches for about 5 miles. at the minimum. As this results in the wall's great protection, it also is a great inconvenience. As you all start moving a bit forward, Suisen stops for a moment, turns around, and you all have your visas in order?
Cully nods.
Okay.
Takes a step forward, looks over to Sui-sen. You mind if I smoke?
He kind of checks and he gives a bit of a smile. Well, you already are, so.
He kind of smiles a little bit. Yeah. Pointedly doesn't ask that one.
Yeah. Excuse me. I'll take care of the pass so it speeds things along. He puts his hand out. Suisen hands him over, and he kind of runs over to the side, speaks to one. Suisen stops and turns around. The cart in front of you kind of takes time and moves a bit forward after being cleared. Coley.
Yes.
How does it feel being back in the Red City, especially in a crowded place like this? How does this hold up to some cities in the other countries you've been in?
Cully's like looking around. It's the same claustrophobic sensation as so many other countries. Sure, Lancia was last, but that was only a stopover. A very short one, in fact. The Emperor's eyes are ever active. He like looks around and shifts, and he relights his cigarette. You notice, Sui-sen? And like, you start to notice a peculiar habit about the man. Yes, Cully is not a smoker because he's addicted. Cully is a smoker because it makes people leave him alone, because he reeks. That odorous scent spreads out over the wall, and you get this sensation of a man who is currently trapped in the middle of a crowd that he desperately doesn't want to be in.
Susan kind of looks at that and he's just like, excited to be out of the crowd and on the road again, quite frankly.
He looks over to you. Yeah. You get it, actually. Out on the roads where we belong, you know, solving problems and all that, making money.
He kind of moves to the side. Suppose so. It's really just all the people that gets to me sometimes.
You don't like crowds?
No, not particularly. Then suddenly stumbling back, Yukitake approaches. We are cleared to go, my compatriots.
Cully turns over and with a sort of lopsided grin says, "Sorry, you're stuck with one. Then let's go."
What? They both move. Oh, all right. Let's go. With that in mind, you all begin to depart, heading out of the Red City. You move along and find yourself passing across multiple checkpoints, moving across and seeing the bustle of farmers, citizens, tourists, travelers, all moving in and out of the Red City. As you finally reach that road and head onto the main road that snakes out to the country, you look to see your path ahead. And with that, I will now take us to one of the core parts of Daisuisen, something that puts it apart from some of the other games we've done so far. Daisuisen is a game that features a lot of traveling. As a result, it only makes sense that there would be a system for that traveling. And it is as thus. So, we have here the country of Mitsudai in its entirety. Our travelers start up from the very top, the city of Falling Leaves, and they must travel down the road all the way to a forest that has been listed for them on a map. To do this, they have to pursue throughout the traveling path, which I've assembled up here, part of it already visible because it's been charted out on a road, and they have to get to the last tile, which is their destination. On the pathway there's going to be a number of situations and challenges that they'll have to go through in order to beat it. So, as a start, let's all roll the die.
Excellent.
And I'm going to show Yukitake's very first mechanic now. He cannot roll a die.
Ah, I see. Time to lock in red for this stat. Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, with that, I'll also lock in. Let's see. Let's do this one. So, with that in mind, we have both rolled a die and now have our swings for the very first stretch of the journey. As a result of that, we also have 1/6, which means in the future we've got a little sneak peek of one of the tiles ahead. So, because we already have revealed these first two, which lie in a road, and I'll explain that in a second, there's one more up ahead. Once you get to the end of this road, there will be a mountain range ahead to have to travel past. When that time comes, I'm actually going to be doing something special. So,
Ooh.
chat, immediately, I'm going to start up a poll. We're going to make a little poll, and I'm going to just, very simple prompt, we're going to see what direction we go down. I have 4 different routes planned once you reach the mountain, and whatever chat decides here, well, that'll just decide which path they take, which challenge they have.
Extremely
Of course,
exciting.
you'll have to decide based off what little reasoning I've given you. I'm not giving you the exact details of what's in down every path, but as I continue to describe the rules and we get through the very first of this, spend 3 minutes to think, which path do you take through the mountain? The path around, the path through, the path above, or the path beneath? So, with that, let's start with answering this. Coley, do you want to go first, or Suisen? Who's going to lead our expedition forward?
Oh boy, he's locked in red. Cully's approach is going to be to let Suisen go first, and then loudly commentate on whatever the fuck's going on.
Fair enough. So, you step up to the side, and with that, Suisen will be the first one to go. So, stepping up forward, you all begin to take your first step. So, there's a road here, and because there's a road, that makes things a little easier for travel. For this first one, there is no real actual challenge, so the only thing that's going to happen is you're going to take some fatigue walking this long distance. As a result of that, you're going to end up to moving all the way over here, clearing this path, but every traveler on this road is going to take 1d6 plus 4 damage, just on the nature of, well, traveling takes energy out of you.
Yeah.
So, with that, we would actually reach our mountain. But first, I'm going to point some attention to another part of the map, because down here, we've got a few resources available to us.
Yes.
The first one's a good, which lets us rest and actually make camp. The second one's water, which if we consume some, we can have 1d6 health restored to us. And the last one's a tool, which lets us re-roll any die that are inside of any of these rolls. So, with that in mind, I don't think we really need any right now, but let's see how that fatigue hits us.
No.
So, we're all going to take 9 fatigue damage.
Oh, okay. Maybe, you know what?
You know what? Maybe we should all take a unified drink of water.
Yeah, no, Cully is immediately feeling bad. He
Yes.
he I gotta be honest, I'm so used to traveling on boats and in carriages, I forgot what walking was like. Pizza is brutal, how do you do it?
It takes a lot of exercise, but the roads are good. It's just a lot of distance. He moves his way across and starts to just down some water. Now, one nice thing about Suisen is he has a traveler gift. He's a traveler of Mitsudai, and thus, due to this nature being founded off of the rivers that stretch down across the country, he gets 1 extra water.
Oh,
So,
excellent.
If we all drink some water, we'll all restore 1d6. So
Oh.
we're gonna consume 3 water really quick, just so we can keep going.
Cully has an advantage from his most vaunted lineage of many Cullys before him, that when he smonks the water, he gets a +2 on it.
Oh, that's great. Suisen rolled a 1, so he has 12 HP up right now.
Oh boy. Wow!
We're doing it. Oh, wait. We have one more.
Suck.
Wait, no, we have one more. Okay.
Of course he's fine. Of course he's fine.
Of course he's fine. Fuck this man. I hate this man.
Cully like turns to Suisen and is like, "Is it just me or does the water taste worse in this country?"
I no, what? He kind of drinks. He just kind of empties out some of the water. But it certainly doesn't feel parched right. I feel parched right now.
I don't know if you some of mine, but it tastes awful too. Why does he look like he's liking it?
Oh, what? Stop. Kind of turning around, you realize as both of you look at him, he's been mostly pulling up the rear, and in fact, you notice that for the most part, Yukitake seems to just be kind of following in footsteps. He doesn't seem to be contributing much to finding a path, moving along. He seems quite content to let you both do everything.
Cully mutters things in his direction. Poor Suisen's caught between the two.
Yeah. So, the poll decided at a 45% chance that when you reach, I'll point it out over here, on this area, you finally reach this area of the road, and it's time to cross past the bordering falling leaves in the Mitsutai proper, at which point you'll be crossing over a mountain, and we'll be heading into the forests. So the first step is going to be the mountain itself. And as you all look, finally, Yukitake approaches, stepping up in front of everyone. No, wait just a moment. He moves up.
Yeah,
I know my paths around these mountains quite well. The path beneath will take us straight to our destination. Okay.
I have no reason to distrust that.
Yeah, all right.
Did you just grumble?
Yeah. With that in mind, you all prepare to take the path beneath. The path beneath. It is... Well, as you start heading down, I'm going to reveal that the path beneath counts as a 2d6 plus 2 challenge. As a result of that, I'm going to roll, and every character, all we need to do is roll past a 12.
Do or die in this instance.
This will be a die roll.
Die.
We roll a die and try to roll past a 12. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, here's how this is going to work. Oh, wait. I have one more to do. Hang on. Let's see. That's the roll to die he would have if he could roll to die, but he can't. So as a result of that, he also loses. So Suisin begins moving down. As approaching up to this area, you find an old path, an abandoned roadway that runs through the mountain itself. This path takes you deep through. Yukitake was correct. However, there's a slight inconvenience about this path in that, unfortunately, it's quite the long way around. As an effect of this route in particular, chat has chosen the one option, the singular option on this list, that when you select it, takes 2 rolls to get through, both times causing fatigue damage to you.
Ah, beautiful.
And when you fail, you take a bonus fatigue damage.
Ah,
So,
beautiful.
as a result, you take 2d6, you and him take 6 damage each. Suisin will take 8. Wow. Jeez.
How? We're all oh man, Suisin, I'm so sorry.
He's having a time. It's incredibly, it's surprisingly hot in these caverns, and he's moving through, and he's having just not the greatest time. And the best thing is that's not even the end of it.
No.
As the next part of this, you all hang on. First off, let me.
Hey, kid. Why don't you take a rest? Come on, we've got some water still. It's all yours.
I'll take some water, sure. And 3.
Okay.
That's not too bad.
It'll keep him up.
Suisin will get just a little bit of HP back. He'll go up to 7 HP. So, with that in mind, you all once more head deeper into the actual highway that runs beneath the mountain. And as you move, you notice that the highway, mostly destroyed here, is also overcome with greenery that started to grow through. Greenery that is kept alight by the sun that peeks through some cracks in the canyon whenever it opens up above, like in this instance. You keep moving through, now buried beneath the mountain itself, but still in a slight canyon. You travel forward. Stepping on. This is a path. Yukitake running up. Well, it's a bit of a stiff place. It's a bit warm, a bit of a travel, but quite surely it's safe. Better than falling off a mountain's edge, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I guess.
I would suppose so. You all head on, and
hot.
I'm really curious about that myself. I would hope the underground passage would be a little colder. He kind of stops and turns over. My, you all both bellyachers. Yukitake steps forward, doing nothing.
Cully looks over to Sui-sen and like looks back. He's gonna roll something really quick. I want to see how he's feeling emotionally about this. Ah, yes. His yellow stat. I brought this gun. He's just like, man. Looks back over to him. No.
What? Huh?
Gotta keep it together. It's just frustrating. Come on. We gotta show this guy what the Mitsudain are made of, right?
Yeah, let's go. He stops and moves forward. Moving ahead. You all end up once more heading deeper down this path. The path eventually runs ruined of any sort of stone patch beneath it. You're walking on the dirt at this rate, moving through this canyon. It almost snakes along with the mountainside itself. In this way, it's truly a long path. And with that, I would like us to roll again. Even though we're here, we're going to roll once more. I'm going to roll this path's DC. 5. That's easy enough. I'm sure we can all do that.
I'm sure we can all do that.
Besides
Nice and easy.
Yukitake, who is quite literally incapable of doing that.
Yeah.
You know what? I think Sui-sen might... No, I don't think he is. Okay.
God, Sui-sen, you rolled good.
He did. Oh. You know what, actually? I think Sui-sen in this instance, despite it not being the best, is going to switch to red. Lowers his swing a little bit, but he is in red now. So, with that, Yukitake is like, oh my goodness, oh, what a long path.
You hear that, Sui-sen?
He kind of like, oh, I see. Maybe we should let him have a break.
Yeah, that sounds like some real belly aching. You walk on that, you'll get sick.
Yeah. Yukitake stops, looks up, and seems confused, as if he does not understand where all this malice is coming from. he moves forward, kind of stepping up. You both should slow down yourselves. You're getting tired as well. I can see it. And with that, let's roll fatigue, actually, and see how we're feeling. So,
I just hit my second win. Are you kidding me?
So, an extra. So 8 to Ishitani, who's going to take a wound, and you two, who have basically still managed to hold it together to this point. With that, you all kind of sit there for a moment, and you're like, well, if we get out of here, the first thing we do after we get out of this canyon, well, I don't know. Moving back to the travel map, really quick, I'm going to... You successfully passed the underneath path. This path itself, old, ancient, apparently discovered by this man when he was traveling across the countryside doing odd jobs. All the same, you now are able to pass it. And now that you've passed it, I'm going to ask a question. A part of the travel rules is whenever you pass an area, you have the ability to scramble or look for things there, try to roll against the DC, or you could also just take a camp and rest and roll to die to attempt to restore some HP. So,
I know what Cully's gonna insist on.
Okay, well, what is Coley going to insist on?
Cully's gonna insist that you guys keep forging on. You restock your water supply, and you know that'll be enough because this one took a wound, but like he's fine if Sui-sen wins. He knows an advantage when he gets one, so he's like, okay, let's not burn any more daylight. Let's keep on going, right?
Sui-sen will Oh, he's locked in. Okay. Susan, because of how he is right now and what he's thinking, I think he'll be like, I'm not sure. Yukitake is sort of really looking a bit winded, a bit more than just a practical joke.
Cully thinks about that pretty deeply for a second. What point does it stop being a practical joke? You say wise words. Rubs his chin.
We could, if we can find some water of some type. However, unfortunately, there is no way to forage water within sight of the mountain pass because of the mountain pass in particular. It is dry, long, there is no food, water, or any other appreciable goods in that pass.
So you can only camp functionally.
Functionally. Good job, chat. You did it.
Cully thinks about this pretty deeply. He's gonna roll again. We're gonna. Oh boy. Yeah, sure. He'll kind of calm down, turn around. Yeah, it'd be pretty suspicious if he suddenly disappeared with the three of us going out together. Sure, let's settle for the night.
All right. We'll start getting up camp, and eventually you stumble on out, and you move over directly outside of the mountain pass and find a nice patch of woods to camp at. And so, I'm going to move us here as we will transfer to the first campsite. You all come out in a small clearing with a lake with some water perhaps to restore. A tiny pond, perhaps a catching of pool water of some kind.
Oh, there's water here after all.
Looks so. This seems like a good spot. Yukitake just like sits down and deflates onto the floor as his backpack stops him from falling straight backwards. You all end up landing in this forest spot. Suizen takes a rest as well, sitting down next to the water. Takes a handful of the water, kind of inspects it a bit, and pulls out a little bit of a kit to test the water. And everyone sort of gets on their business for the campsite. Cully, what do you do when you're going to wind down at a site?
Oh boy, winding down at a campsite. Traveling with people, that's a new thing. He's gonna try to probably position himself in the best place around, realizes that this one has already taken the best spot, and is going to move off in this direction, sort of plop down, and then start to refill his water skin, and then smoke and just stare up at the horizon.
Suizen's still locked in at red right now. Let me do that. And you're locked into whatever you're locked into.
He's locked into blue.
Suizen, kind of looking around either way, seeing his two companions at the side, kind of, perhaps as an act of futility, he speaks and attempts to engage in small talk.
I'm so sorry, Suizen.
So, what's the wildest story you've traveled upon?
Cully hears that and starts laughing, like uproariously, like stomping his foot. I'm starting to realize what's going on here. Yeah, put it all together. We're a bunch of misfits, aren't we?
Yukitake speaks up. A misfit? No such thing. I graduated from a full-on university at Raushi.
Then what are you doing in Mitsudai?
Well, I'm flying my craft. Mitsudai is essentially a part of Rauji if we really come down to it, and thus the entire problem here.
Cully flicks the cigarette into the water and spits.
Suizen kind of stops. He looks at those two with a statement like that.
Yeah, no. Cully turns over and, like, I guess appreciative of the one olive branch offered, looks over to Suizen and just goes, wildest story I've ever got. Well, I guess it was probably a few weeks back. I got chased out of the Dingo domain. Wound up, I wound up running afoul of the Tsubaki family, and here I am. I got chased by a guy the size of a mountain through the entire desert. Had to run my absolute mind off, day in, day out. I started hallucinating, and apparently at some point during it, I exorcised some sort of great creature that the dread god Kokuten left behind. So here I am with a fat wad of money for a job I don't even remember doing. He like shifts over back in Mitsudai, try and apply my craft.
Huh. He kind of turns over and looks at that. That's kind of a wild story.
Looks
I'd-
over. How about you?
Oh, I'm well, it's a bit of a he kind of stops and then he kind of turns over and gives you just a wonderful smile. I'm very new. I haven't really done anything interesting yet.
Cully just lets out a big sigh, a huge puff of smoke from a freshly lighted cigarette spreading out over the pond. Well, if you're a core spirit stabilizer, that means you've got a specialized set of skills. You're not some half-assed exorcist like me, or some cloistered scholar like him.
He, Yukitake looks over and he stays silent at that, realizing he just drug a knife down, and he's just like, I'm not going to talk for 10 minutes.
So, what's your talent? What makes you different than an exorcist? Because let me tell you, I've seen a lot of exorcists all around the world, but I've never seen a core spirit stabilizer before.
He kind of he kind of like moves over, finishes picking up his water skin, and kind of moves over and sits to the side and kind of leans up against this little stone slab that kind of emerges out from the water as he kind of looks over. Well, a core stabilizer and a core stabilizer at their core are a profession that exists to attempt to keep core spirits and people safe. You know what a core spirit is? I'm sure you do, even if,
Kind of
not quite
nods.
sure. It's
They're most often compared to spirits of possession from other places. I've heard them compared to the spirits that worm their way into the objects in the world around. Those I'm more familiar with, but I hear core spirits are kind of different. He like scratches his forehead. Core spirits are creatures with no will, right?
He sort of nods his head a little. That's the simple way of putting it. That implies a number of things by how we know will, but it's a simple law that exists to dictate why a core spirit does things. The law itself is actually a core spirit will not act upon a will of its own. The actual will of a core spirit is something that's not quite sure. We don't know much about them. All we do know is that whenever they become a problem, whenever they start enacting upon the world, it's due to being tied to something, whether it's nature or even a person. Desires that run through the world and spill out across the valleys end up merging with them, and as a result, they attempt to answer them. Not too much unlike a wish granter.
He thinks on that and then taps his cigarette out, sort of burning it into the dirt. Shit. Turns his head, sort of stomping in the water for a second. No, I thought this would be easy.
What?
He scratches the back of his neck. Sounds like it's just as much a pain in the ass as everything else I've dealt with over the years. Oh.
They're honestly. He kind of stops. They don't mean any harm of their own. Usually, a core stabilizer's job is to figure out what's causing it and try to solve the issue that exists because of that. Most of the time, it's an emotion running out of control, a change in the weather that's abhorrent or accidental, that from some sort of over farming or anything like that causes a harsh reaction in return. Once you can find that, it's simple enough. I don't think... He kind of considers something. If we're being honest, I don't think that this is a core spirit issue. It doesn't line up.
Huh? You like it sort of shifts over. One thing's for sure. You're not like any Mitsudan I've ever met. He walks over. What do you think it is?
You say that, and he kind of ponders on that note for a bit. I'm gonna mark something. Suisen kind of considers that, and then, what do you mean?
Cully shakes his head. Where I'm from, quirks like that would be assigned to a different god or deity before they'd be assigned to some creature in the wild like a core spirit.
Well, there are a lot of core spirits that end up getting He kind of thinks, maybe it's better if I tell a story about it, because that does happen. He kind of stops and considers for a moment, and then he settles on one to talk about. All right. There's a story of a core spirit that's commonly told amongst newer stabilizers. It's a core spirit of the rain. Once upon a time, there was a village that laid out in the, well, just any other village in Mitsudai. Nothing quite too special. Trying to farm, but unfortunately, going through something of a dry patch. As a result, a core spirit of rain, drifting up from the other side of the mountain, came over. As it did, the people who were so much praying for rain themselves ended up sending out those wishes, and a core spirit, which had the ability, a core spirit of rain itself, had that will instilled upon it. When that happens, the core spirit began to rain. It rained upon the town, helping the crops, granting them cool weather in a time of great heat. And so, the people thought of a god, answering their prayers. So, they kept praying. They kept wishing, shoving their desires to the sky, hoping for rain to fall upon the land. And it did. It kept raining, and raining, and raining. But all core spirits have a limit to their own power. Sometimes there's a fluctuation, and the prayers go unanswered. And angry people, continuing to pray, shoving more of their will, desiring stronger, fiercer, more rain, that desire builds. Eventually, the core spirit of rain, once it gets its strength back, replies with more fervor. When this continues and is allowed to fester, something that it might be viewed once as a coexistent relationship of rain falling on a village, people keeping a core spirit within their town, turns into something unpredictable. The dynamic can change as quickly as people's feelings can, and a town can quickly be flooded or washed away amongst a torrent of rain. That's why it's our job to go around and find these places and make sure no one's abusing these spirits, and make sure that the spirits themselves are not causing too much trouble.
Cully thoughtfully listens to this entire story and exhales. But you don't think it's one of those?
No. He stops. They said this was out near the woods. It was attacking travelers and stopping them. Maybe if there was a nearby town or something like that. Maybe if there was some massive amounts of logging or anything like that. I guess the wolf god, but why would a core spirit be doing that? What will would be pushing it? I can't know for sure until we get there, but it sounds more akin to yokai or a demon that way.
Hey, Master of Ambrosia!
Yes.
You might get your yokai after all.
Well, I'm banking on it.
Cully takes a step away, sits back down. Thanks, kid. It's really interesting stuff.
Yeah, thank you. He kind of feels a bit satisfied with that as he kind of moves over to the side and leans back up again. As eventually, as you were talking, night began to fall upon this place, and you ended up spending the rest of the night sleeping here. I think I'm going to call my first break right there. Just a really quick one.
Ooh, excellent. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna use the bathroom really quick.
Yeah. I'm going to look at chat really quick. How's everyone doing so far? I'm having a great time.
everybody going? Yeah.
Let me play the nice ambient music again.
Hello,
Yes.
chat.
go.
It's me, your cameraman, here to remind you to, if you want great content, like Daisuisen mini RPs and other things, check out Christian's Patreon. And also, did you know that if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can get a free sub to your favorite streamers like us using Prime Gaming?
Thank you so
Now
much.
that's
Aloha.
a core that doesn't need stabilizing.
Oh, beautiful. That's simply fantastic. Also, just scrolling along chat again. Let me say something. Okay, yeah. I really like the vibes of the game so far. I've been enjoying this. It's just been good. And also just to see, let's see. Also, thank you, Polaris, for the gift sub. I don't know if we got that before.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. So now I'm gonna swap out and be right back myself.
Hey, chat. How's it going? I hope you're enjoying the build.
What do you
liking the
mean?
vibes of
It's
this
just a
game so much.
calm adventure. They're gonna go fight a demon tree or
They're
something.
gonna go fight a demon tree. It's gonna be a yokai. Cody might shoot it.
Just
Who
shoot the
knows?
demon tree. Featuring Coley from Devil May Cry 5.
Cully from the Devil May Cry 5 series with this very real gun.
Just normal adventure things. Just like what Middle said. I'm so glad with the vibes of this game.
Me too.
Much like in the pre-stream chat we were saying, Zen.
Zen. I was listening to power metal to get my Zen on. This aesthetic is impeccable. Y'all are doing a great job with selling the tone and the vibe. This has been super interesting so far. Yes.
I love the travel mechanics. I look at the travel mechanics and I say, travel mechanics, my beloved.
Yeah, I had a really good time making them. We've tested them like twice, and Chad, you've tested them once.
Yes.
They turned out real good. It's a very fun little board game.
Civ did the map of Mitsuda, and it's very pretty.
It's so pretty.
Yeah. All right. So I'm back, and I'm basically ready to go if you are.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm excited for more. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Me too,
let's
have
go.
fun.
I mean, sorry, hold on. I gotta go back to being slimy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess let's do it.
Okay. All right. So, now then. There's a click of a lighter. Something that snaps you to attention once again. Almost like out of a trance. Coley, where are you? You don't know. You just, the lighter clicks and you're in a field.
Again?
You're in a field by yourself, and again, you can't seem to remember.
How much money do I have on me? Do I have everything?
You have everything.
Okay, that kid didn't rob me. That's good.
But
Pats himself down.
you pat yourself down, and then once again you're in the woods somewhere. But this isn't the spot you went to sleep. In fact, you can't recognize anything. The moon hangs in the sky, and that is what you know. You are standing in this plain field by yourself. There's nothing quite else to say.
Inhales, looks around, shifts, tests the breeze. Guess I gotta pick a direction and go. Takes a step over this way, towards the deeper part of the woods.
You start heading out towards the deeper part of the woods. You move across into the forest, and as you head, you start to hear the sounds again. The sounds of late night forest life once more, making itself apparent to you. As you begin moving, you check around, and the darkness of the forest almost swallows you up as you start moving. A slight light of your cigarette, the brightness of the moon, those are the only things you have, your only companions left as you start moving once more. You seem to have lost track of everyone, and with that, I'm bringing you back. You find yourself, well, quite frankly, you don't know where you find yourself.
Ooh, excellent.
You know your destination, but you don't know where to find it. Maybe you're there, something's going on. What do you do in this situation?
Oh boy. Lost in the backwoods of Mitsudai. Oh, Mom would be so proud. First of all, I'm gonna roll to die to get some health back so I don't just perish because
Yes.
we rested.
You rested, so you get your health back.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on, so he's gonna pick that stat. Let's regain 13 HP. Okay, we're at a solid 20. We're fine. Everything's fine.
Now, what you know here, you didn't get an extra 6, but you are aware you're starting here. That plain field, you know that at least.
Okay, well, the only way forward is through. So, here we go.
So, you start heading through the woods again. And as you go, you find yourself heading past this forest glade, deeper in, the darkness consuming around, but you do catch something. Eventually, there's light. You catch glimmers of it, little glances. And those little glances bring you forward, because it's better than nothing. You head, and you see something kind of strange, actually. A cabin in the middle of the woods, with a torii hanging above. Some old shrine, perhaps?
He walks up to the cabin, sort of moves past, looks at it. Okay, let's see if there's anyone inside. Opens the door.
You say that out loud, and as you pop over there, the door opens up as you approach it, and you almost step back, withdraw. Roll to die for me really quick.
Oh, yes, of course. 11.
11. I see. So in this moment, you are not thinking gun.
No.
No.
No,
But you do pop back. And
no,
as you
he's.
pop back,
Are you seeing this shit right now?
yeah, he's trying to see this shit. That's what he's doing. You stumble back. And as you do that, you notice a figure. It's that dumb kid. You notice his hair glowing a vibrant white as he stands there, and you notice a pretty concerned expression on his face as he looks. Oh,
You scared me half to death.
Yeah. He kind of shoots you a very uncertain smile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You find shelter?
Yeah. Come on in. He steps on back, moving over this way, and goes inside of the cabin.
Cully, as he walks up, actually pulls out what appears to be a sheaf of bills, and he grabs one of them, and you almost see fire start to ring its way along the bill, and he just slaps it on the side of the building and then walks inside.
You move on inside, and as you go in, you see,
small.
And standing next to you, stoking a fire. Yeah, I ended up stumbling on over here at some point. I'm not sure what happened. Do you remember anything?
Absolutely not. No, It's exactly like the Dingo domain. He whispers, almost a little embarrassed.
He kind of stops. Yeah, well, I managed to find this place, and there's a little oven here, so I was able to get it up again.
That's good. Any sign of our master of ambrosia?
No, in fact, this is the first person I've seen.
Huh.
He sits back down on the edge of the cabin. Okay. So, certainly don't think a core spirit could have done that. Whatever that is, that certainly feels a bit above our grade. What about you? Any stories of possessions and movements without understanding? I mean, you were talking about it yourself. That's what you almost had happen before, right?
He like lets out a long sigh and then picks up the cigarette, realizes he's inside, and throws it outside. Sorry.
It's fine. He points up and you notice there are cracks in the roof.
It's gonna suck if it rains.
Yeah.
Yeah. Possession's common enough. Especially the further you go north, the more stories like that start to turn up, but this far south, I'm not so sure about it. We could be dealing with a legend out of its environment, which would be a huge problem. Those things grow nasty if they aren't limited by the ripping winds of Windrose.
He kind of stops. I'm not quite familiar with that, but
He kind of waves his hand. If it comes down to that, yeah, swords and guns are all that'll avail us.
well, I'm afraid I'll be very useless in that case. He kind of gives you the lightest of smile, and then it kind of drifts back. Well, all the same, we have to find our way out of here. Or he kind of stops and thinks. And I do know a little bit of information that'll help. He kind of moves over to the side and scoops dirt off the table and kind of holds it near the fire. Look, he gestures at the dirt in his hand, and you notice, and you're looking, what's dirt? But Susan points something out to you. The strands, the particles of dirt. And I dug a small little hole at back, or back where I was woke up at least. It seems as though the area surrounding here it's still within distance of the Red City. The ground still has some of the soil, some of the clay mixed in.
Wow.
So we didn't go far.
Reaches this far?
A little bit, under the dirt at least. And if we're still on the other side of the mountain, I'm pretty sure it only stretches about at least a couple miles out. So if anything, we didn't get too far from where our campsite probably is.
That's good.
So, yeah, I thought for a second we might have been whisked away to halfway across the country or something like that.
He sort of like leans in. This feels so strange. This is the part where I'd offer the sage advice that we should probably just leave. Though, I guess that's a problem in itself.
I suppose so. He kind of sits back against the small little... It's hardly could be considered a futon of any sort. Just a rug there. There is a small little futon bed in the corner, but he kind of leans back against that rug and just sort of looks up past the roof a bit as well. I think it'd be wise to wait till daybreak. I don't know.
Probably for the best.
He sort of thinks about that. No. He kind of sits up. Yeah, all right. If you want to do that, we can do that.
What? You thinking about wandering around these woods at night?
Absolutely not. He kind of releases kind of an anxious sigh in that moment. Don't laugh, but I'm actually a little bit afraid of the dark.
He laughs straight in your face.
He turns over. Well, I get the bed then, I guess. He moves on over, grabs the bed, and pulls it over, and kind of faces the wall.
Cully shakes his head and like rests back against the wall and also similarly goes to sleep.
Oh, fucking great.
Uh,
As time passes, you rest inside of the cabin itself. As you find yourself sleeping there, you placing a tag on the door. Hopefully that'll help bind you here for at least a little bit. As night begins to pass, and eventually daylight does come, and you manage to have a peaceful night, this time awakening exactly where you thought you'd be. Though, all the same, you still have a job ahead of yourselves. Stepping on out, you prepare for the day ahead. Well,
gotta say I'm feeling better.
honestly the same. Well then, ready to go?
Yeah, hold on. He reaches down and grabs a handful of coins and hands them over to you.
Huh? He kind of inspects them. What are these?
Completely normal coins.
Huh.
Call him
Well,
a good luck charm.
he kind of holds one, flicks one, and then puts them in his pockets. Thank you. He stops, and then, well, guess it's time to go.
Yeah.
He steps
Ooh.
to the Tory for good luck.
Yep. Similarly steps through the Tory for good luck.
And with that, we bring ourselves back as you've regrouped with Suisen.
Oh boy.
Right. Let's just pop him here too. And you've discovered this area here as well. A cabin.
Yes.
This is a nice spot you would consider safe at the very least. So, as you pass on through, we've all rested. Suisen will have also rested. Now, you both have rested twice, actually.
Yeah.
Go. Let's see. So, I'm going to roll for Suisen first. That's 8, and then that's 9. Okay,
Please.
Suisen's back at full.
Yes, please
Good job,
fix the
Suisen.
boy. Yeah, you're
Boy's
both at
fixed.
full.
Yeah. So, now, let's actually roll for our,
Oh
Let's see.
boy.
Oh,
Oh, we got
Suisen.
2
Good job.
sixes.
Yeah, all right, and that makes sense. So, now, with that, we'll both see the next paths ahead. It looks like there are 2 paths of woods ahead of us. These next 2 paths are going to have, well, the first one's a bit nasty. It's going to be a 5 rating.
Ooh.
The next one, however, will be a little easier. It's going to be 2.
Oh boy.
As having regrouped with your companion, you and him are immediately met with a difficulty. You neither know the path forward, nor even where in northern Mitsutai religion you are. These woods are thick with foliage, and while the sun or stars can grant you an idea of the time of day, it cannot guide you to your destination. You are searching for a specific point in the forest, without any sort of guide at all. So, if you have any tools or any ways to assert yourself in that spot, it'll certainly help.
Oh boy, yeah, no, Cully now is like, oh, okay, I guess I'm the senior here. Might as well show the kids something. He goes out into the woods, goes, follow close behind me. I can only do this so long as my wallet's thick. He steps forward. I'd like to burn a good to automatically succeed this roll.
Oh yeah, you do have that. Nice.
Tully D's unique mechanic that so long as he can literally set money on fire, he can succeed at everything. Unfortunately, he is limited by the fact that he is hideously unlucky and always broke.
So, with that in mind, describe to me how you navigate through these woods.
He starts to he heads out into the woods, and you've seen this art before. If it had to be compared to anything, you've seen this trick. It almost seems like papercraft. You've heard legends of it. Great paper beasts capable of all sorts of great. Wait, no, those aren't. Huh? Those are awfully small. They seem almost bill-shaped. Is that foreign money? Cully spreads them out to the area around him, and they form almost minuscule shikigami, scanning the environment and showing him the way forwards. At the end of their tiny little lifespan, these little gingerbread man-like constructions all incinerate, leaving Cully that much more broke. Delete one of the goods for me.
I did. Don't worry.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you set up. Also, because of Suisen's gift, after a rest, we get some water back.
Ooh.
And good news, we rested twice.
Oh, thank you.
So we have 2 water again.
Thank you, watery boy.
Watery boy and money boy continue their travels. So, due to your goods, Suisen seems rather interested. You seem like you instilled some nice positive. You look pretty cool, I would say.
He like sort of gestures to it. Listen, objects in the world contain power. Not many people can tap into that, and not many people are aware of it. You gotta find things that are significant to people, you know? It's much easier to draw power from that, because people believe in it. He's flipping a coin in his hand as he walks. Money, though. Money's something that people, regardless of the country, respect. You want a universal talisman? Use a bill.
Huh. He kind of considers that. It's an interesting point. We have a technique kind of similar for core stabilizers, except luckily we don't need to do quite as much. We have our own tags. He kind of pulls a tag out of the side. It's one that seems to be instilled with his own kind of symbol. This is an average tag of a core stabilizer. Would you like to know how it works?
He nods. Clearly Mitsudan. Yeah, I couldn't pull anything like this off. Mine's like brute force more than anything else.
He stops. Now, what did I say? Mine wasn't brute force. This is paper and ink. There's nothing special about this at all.
No shit!
He kind of looks and kind of smiles a bit at that. Absolutely. See, again, I said it. Core stabilizers are mostly built off the will of people, correct?
Nods.
In that way, most of the time, in order to stop a core spirit, all you need is to... Well, you need to make the will calm down, make people start to calm themselves. So, if a core stabilizer comes by, puts a bunch of paper on a wall with a little ink on it, people will start to think the spirits are going to go away because of it, and thus their desires lower, and it all happens. Self-fulfilling prophecy.
That's clever.
Yeah, doctors consider it a placebo effect.
Yeah. I mean, lots of people would call you charlatans, but I think you're just being smart about it.
Yeah, I mean, after all, it does work, so long as people believe it.
So long as it works.
You both stumble on through. Heading back here, you cross successfully that patch, and the next patch ahead is a challenge of 2.
Hey, kid, you want to take the lead here?
I'll give it a shot, sure thing. He steps on through, and he's going to... Well, first off, let's see. Oh, also, we take fatigue. We take 8 fatigue.
8 fatigue,
It
okay.
still was a long walk.
Oh,
And
whoa.
in fact, you know what? Let's take a drink.
Yeah.
We have enough water. We'll both take a drink. Yeah, 4 back.
8, okay. Let me roll. Let me roll the smonk. Wow.
Oh,
man. Water still tastes like shit.
I don't understand how you can taste the difference. And as you proceed, Suisen will take a crack at it after I roll 2d6 plus 2 as 10. I gotta beat a 10. Suisen, do it. Oh, he does it.
Oh, good
So-
job, Susan.
Yeah. Suisen takes the nest patch. After you've sort of identified the location where the exit is, you also are able to sort of... What Suisen does next is he pulls out a compass and a map. He charts out generally the area you're all in, and manages to discover that, at the very least, if we head down this path, there are 2 options. We're going to find our way to that spot, or we're going to get out of here and can turn back around. You both head on through, and Suisen ends up taking you further down. This path ahead, you manage to successfully move through. Let's roll some fatigue really quick.
Yep.
4, okay.
Oh, not bad, okay.
Not bad at all. So, With that in mind, this area is cleared as you and Suisen stumble upon a small little brook. I'm going to drop you there.
Excellent.
There we go. You two stumble on out, moving down. Nature seems to be restoring itself pretty quickly. It's another busy day in the woods. You both making your progress throughout, and so far you've seen no sign of whatever got you last night, nor any sign of any attacking trees or anything like that. Suisen stumbles through and then stops. I think we cross this brook, we might manage to get up to at least somewhere. He stops. Oh, and first he goes down and like tests the water, and then might as well.
You notice
Mhm.
he kind of looks over at you. I noticed you test the water each and every time.
Yeah.
You...
Okay, he beats it. He tests it. This is good drinking water.
Where'd you learn that trick?
Oh, well, he kind of stops and turns around. Well, that one, I ended up... He kind of thinks for a moment. I don't need to explain to you how poor this job pays, right?
Yeah, you don't. You
Well-
got sick once?
Yeah. He kind of nods his head, though beyond that, it also comes down to I have a small amount of understanding in doctoring. I'm not a doctor. No one should ever consider me a doctor, but to that degree, I have learned at a medical school, and I do have at least knowledge and a certificate for travel and understanding of basic pharmacy. He kind of puts the water skin back in his coat. It's something we have to pick up. Sometimes it's helpful also for being a core stabilizer.
He seems to like be satisfied by that response.
Yeah.
And I gotta go to school to learn what water's good.
He kind of considers that. Not particularly. I could. He if you're willing to take a moment, he kind of sits down at the edge of the brook and he pulls out some water testing kits, and he's going to run down and show you the process that he has and the tools he used to sort of make sure water is at least at a correct level.
Oh, excellent.
And he runs through a lot of that stuff, and at a certain point he's also like, oh, and always boil it anyways.
He nods. Would save me a lot of pain back in Raji.
Potentially. He ends up, so we should probably... He stops. He thinks deeply, and you notice he's caught up on something.
What? What's up?
Where is Yukitake?
Yeah,
And with that,
figured we'd run into him by now.
he thinks, yeah, huh. You ponder for a moment. And meanwhile,
Oh, beautiful.
struggling outside of a forest, completely lost in the plains. Where by the 12 am I? He stumbles off, tripping down, scraping his knees on the rocks as he moves. Hello? He sees someone up ahead. 2 armed men picking up a cart. Excuse me. They stop, turn around, and look. Would you perchance happen to know where I am? I have a map if you could mark it. As he notices, a pair of ears pop up from behind the cart. Someone looking at him on this unfortunate crashed location.
Oh, hello. We were just making our way to the Red City. Just my luck.
She kicks the cart.
Excuse me. He kind of turns around, looks at the cart itself. What happened?
Well,
Well-
everything was going fine. We got the finest purebred horse in all of Cat's Cradle. Then it was so slow, and we went through some mountains, and then we lost all our water, and I had to use all our food, and
Oh my, that sounds like quite the unfortunate circumstance for you. Can you check my map, please?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. He steps around and shows,
Oh,
where am I?
yes. Let's see. If I have this correct, we're past the mountain about here, right?
She
Oh.
turns.
Oh.
to-
Good heavens. Right here. He kind of like scratches his head. Incredible. Tell me, what is your name?
Oh,
She puffs up her chest.
I am Coco Mocha, the elder of the cat's cradle.
Elder, huh?
Yes, I recently
He looks
gained a
down at her.
position.
Sweats. Can I?
Yeah.
Might I roll to die?
Roll to die. Roll to die here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Ah.
still locked in.
Oh, you're still locked in. Hang on.
Here.
Give that a try again.
Oh no.
Oh, that shouldn't be a +9. That should be a +8. Oh, anyways. Oh yeah, so Blue. Yeah, Coco. Unfortunately, on your path, you were heading from Ayatori to attempt to head the Falling Leaves, perhaps to do some trade, open up some sort of engagement. But well, unfortunately, the cart went awry, the horse ran off, and on top of that, when you went off to try to find some help from a passing stranger, they told you that the town was just up ahead and someone could help dig your cart out of the ground. So you walked for 3 miles, and there was no town. And then you came back, and you tried to get the cart up, and it took all day and night. And as a result of this was not the only case. In fact, on the way here, even before you started going off, most of your food went bad on the road due to improper handling and selling a bit over the sailing rate that food should have arrived to you at. Your cart creaked. It was a pain. One of the wheels broke down an hour in. You keep talking. You keep going through this, and the man in front of you, his face, he just starts sweating a little bit more as you keep talking. Ma'am, are you
Just
okay?
another day.
She
Jeez,
sighs.
hold on. He stops, reaches into his pack. I'm a master of ambrosia, and I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Yes.
Oh.
He turns around. If you would, please. He pulls out a little charm that he hands to you. This should ward off bad luck.
Oh.
She smiles and laughs, and her expression is playful, if anything.
Oh, I've seen so many of these before. They usually burn up by the hour.
No, here, take it. He hands you over.
I'm locked into blue, right?
Yes.
Can it catch on fire?
I have an idea. He reaches forward and hands it to you, and you go up to grab it. And as you kind of take a step forward, you slip on the grass. The charm itself, you stumble down, the charm flying out of your hand. You take 8 damage. As your head hits the floor, the charm tumbles down the hill and becomes lost within the grass. The man stops and stares at you.
Or by the next minute.
I see. On another hand, he reaches into his pack again. Could you perhaps he reaches forward and he notices the 2 guards kind of approach as he starts to get close. Oh, no, please, it's just a napkin. He moves up and notices that you're bleeding a bit from your head, and he reaches up and he just dabs off some of the blood. There. My apologies. It's dearly my fault. I didn't understand how serious this was.
It's alright. No one does.
Oh, it's quite fine. You've done me a great service. I'll tell you what, if I run across any travelers on the road, I'll let them know you're stuck here.
Oh no. I hope you weren't expecting to meet any travelers on the road.
Oh, I have 2 I need to regroup with immediately. He
Oh.
steps off. Good luck. Good luck with your travels.
I'll try!
And so Yugitake was never seen again by those two.
Oh.
You consider. Perhaps we'll see him again if we simply move deeper into the woods. He might have
I
already
hope
found
not.
his way back to the... He stops! He's something, but at the very least, he might... If it is a yokai. He stops. Can you take care of yokai?
Yeah. Yeah, I've had to in the past. I can do it again.
Okay. Huh. I suppose we can just get going then. Well, he stops, and he gives you a slight smile. I think you'll be claiming the bounty for this one.
He shakes his head. I was thinking about that. Hop. Hop. Why don't we split it? Holds a hand out.
Split it. He kind of reaches forward and kind of hops across. Split it?
Yeah.
You sure about that? I mean, you're burning money for our sakes right now.
Yeah, so long as I break even, I'm not too upset.
Huh. Well, he steps over the creek again. I'm not sure, I suppose so. It would be very helpful. He kind of considers for a moment. In which case, I'd love to. And if it does happen to be a core spirit, obviously, I'll send it backwards. Same deal.
He smiles. Job pays shit, right?
It does. He, moves off deeper into the woods with you. As we go back here. And the next stop, directly ahead, the final destination. This one is going to be a challenge rating of 1, actually.
Oh.
So, first off, let's see. That's a 4. We just have to roll to die over a 4.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
I think I...
Oh, yeah, no, we're good.
Look at all those 6s.
Oh, look at that. So, with that, also, I should keep that 2 thing. Okay. We're going to take a little fatigue, but this next stop doesn't really trouble us much. So, 6 damage.
Ah, excellent.
Yes. Down a little bit low, but still.
Down a little
We're at
bit
the end
low
of,
as well.
But,
oh,
on
wait,
the
I
bright
gotta...
side,
Yeah, no, you're good, you're good.
on the bright side of this, as we continue stumbling through the woods, eventually, you find a location that you're looking for. Daisuisen, giving him guidance at this point, turned out to be pretty practical, as he manages to guide you through this next chunk of the forest, and his hunch proves to be correct, as you finally start stumbling upon the location you think you've been looking at.
Excellent.
A tree deep within the woods, surrounded on all sides by strange monolithic structures of some sort. As you move through, you approach this thing, and looking at it, you notice that within this place it's quiet here. Nothing chirps, nothing speaks. In fact, you stumble on this spot and feel like perhaps this is a place that's never seen a human soul before. Which is an interesting thing, since you had a rumor about it. All the same, this place feels different.
What do you make of it?
He thinks a bit. This is... He kind of considers that for a moment as he sort of approaches. This is... Something's bound here. That's what these are. He kind of reaches up. It feels like it. I can almost feel... Huh. He's actually a bit surprised.
Near core spirits?
Yeah, he steps up a bit, and he goes up.
Oh, hot damn. Glad I said we should split the bounty.
He kind of like just gives a little bit of a smile. Yeah. He places his hand up to the tree. There's a core spirit in here. The branches spring up above the area, kind of covering in a bit of a shade. It's bound here, but why? He starts to ponder a bit. He's going to think a little bit.
Oh. Sui sends a god.
Over 20? That's what he needed. He stops, and he kind of turns around and looks around the area. Something doesn't feel right about this.
What? Is it trapped or something?
No, it's the opposite. It kind of
Huh?
turns over to you. The reports, you remember?
Yeah.
Like I said, there was all of these attempts on travelers, breaking carts, tripping people, consuming people into the woods. We experienced none of that on this path here. So I thought it was a demon of some kind, or some kind of spirit, but it's a core spirit, and it also hasn't been doing any of that. Which means he stops and looks around a bit. There's something else, isn't there? There has been this whole time. What with being kidnapped, moved in the woods? Our strange perpetrator is separate from this tree. Somewhere. He stops and kind of turns around a bit. Only an inch away from the tree, he stops and he turns and looks around. What does Coley do in this instance?
Cully's just watching Suisen like he reaches down, he pulls out some bills and he starts looking around. What the hell are we looking for then?
I'm not quite sure. This is your domain, isn't it? What kind of demon would have the power to do what that did? What kind of motive? What classifies? They stop, both of you turning your attention away from the tree. Right there. They were right there. You especially expected this one to do something about it. After all, seemed to be the kind of mood for it. But right here at the very last moment, they turned away and left the tree unscathed. Maybe if that foolish Raojin man had come with, he would have blasted the tree to pieces, freeing the core spirit inside. But it turns out, at the end, these foolish exorcists and core stabilizers once more stand in front of you and dare to waste your time.
Boring! So tremendously boring!
Suisen stops, reacts, turns around. What?
Where the hell? Wait a second. The money starts to burn. It starts to spread around Cully's arm, this fire igniting. I said it earlier. People from my side of Mitsudai, they don't blame things on core spirits. Something goes bad. They don't call it a demon. Nah, demon's something else. They know what to blame it on. Blame it on a god.
With that, Suisen turns, a god? And almost sort of interrupted in that moment, washed over as a voice rings out. He feels a presence. Both of you do. Your heart catches. She was right in front of you the whole time? That can't be the case, but all of the same, you look forward, and almost appearing out from nowhere, standing there, an energy sort of rushes out, pouring through the surrounding area. It spills and spills and spills. This malice.
I expected you to be quicker on the draw. Honestly, I expected some sort of absolutely foolish mistake, but she's suddenly over here, just watching you. You paused, you stopped, why? What made you consider something different? Was it your brain or an instinct? She's on the other one. No, it couldn't be something like that. I must have messed up somehow, given myself away. Yes, that's it. Well, I thought by getting rid of that last one, I was making the job easier for myself. That one knew me. What a pain. Over here, she disappears behind the tree, and then behind you, you feel this weight.
Suisen trips back and almost falls over the trunk before stumbling back and kind of getting in a lower crouch there.
So, I have to ask you both, what do you intend to do now?
He stops and turns over and looks over at Coley, and then turns back. Nothing.
Coley's
We're not
paralyzed.
going to open the tree. If you would permit it, we'd turn around and leave right now.
She thinks about that. You're not going to let free what's currently bound here. I thought it was your job to aid core spirits that are ailing.
He steps back and kind of moves to the side. I don't quite know why. He kind of turns over and points at the tree. That thing is bound there.
She turns and she looks at it. And then puffs out her cheeks. You call yourself a core spirit stabilizer? You don't know the myth? The myth. The legend of core spirits. It's always the same. She flutters around, placing an arm on your shoulder, almost using you as an armrest.
He
The Tale
stops.
of the Rains. Are you familiar with that one?
He stops and considers. Yeah.
Pour enough expectations into a thing, and it only knows how to live for exactly that.
Then he kind of stops and turns around the tree, then turns over to her and is like, "What are you implying?"
This one here, the one bound up in this tree, only bears the weight of expectation. She holds up a finger. Core spirits have no will, after all. There is a sickening tone to that voice. This one is imprisoned. I was hoping you'd free it. I need to wait for the next batch of exorcists.
He stops and then turns on over and like he kind of makes himself aware of Coley, but still actually keeps his head facing forward. And it's like, and why do you want to release it?
She turns. Oh. Do you not know my name?
He stops. I don't believe we've ever met. No.
She takes a step backwards. And then we're gonna roll to die really quick. That's an exceptionally good roll to die. Her form begins to glimmer and pop and spread. My name is Dread Kokuten, God of Misfortune. And, unfortunately for you, I'm the one that has to listen to these creatures, she says, motioning over to the core spirit. And then something happens.
Yeah.
Yep.
Coley!
Here's the name. He knows the legend. It's one that's passed down through Mitsudai, and no number of years away would remove that from his skull. Goddess of misfortune, the god of weeds, the one who wishes you ill on your travels, the god of 1,000 weaknesses, and the most commonly exercised spirit in all of Mitsudai. This is a being whose very presence is misfortune itself. And he knows in this moment he can do something. He can detach this creature from someone who, I suppose, in this one moment, he feels an instinct to protect. Cully feels the magic flare around his hands, and he's gonna take the shot at Dread Kokuten.
Oh, that's pretty good, Coley.
That's a pretty good roll. What happens in the next instance, Suisten, is something that you'll probably remember forever. Because the display of power that occurs here is nothing short of below average. What you see here isn't an explosion of strength that you might expect from a god. No. That's not how Kokuten works. What emits from this creature almost like a miasma, sliding across the ground, isn't strength. You look at it, and a single note intones within your head: misfortune. This creature is a being of unluck so pure that simply taking action around her will result in the most unlucky thing occurring. Suisen, this creature is driven back. You take a step backwards and almost fall in slow motion as the tiniest bit of magic flies forward, hitting one of the binding stones and causing this thing to rupture.
Okay, okay. I thought we were getting away with it, but no. I'm like, oh, cool. This isn't okay. Well, and with a single rupture, like a hole being poked in a dam, it all begins to spill out as energy starts to pool from the tree. As Suisen turns and sees everything grow so much more lively in this place. A core spirit of life.
Cully looks over at it, honestly panicking, and in an instance, this creature has whooshed over and has one gnarled claw around his face. Oh, thank you very much, Exorcist from afar. I thought I was going to have to. You feel that presence. She's not looking at you, but she's watching you.
Ah.
I thought I was going to have to get a little more desperate.
Suisen stops in this moment, seeing this form hanging above, watching it hold Coley, the magic spilling out, and in that instant, he kind of gets down low for a moment, reaches down to the floor, looks and sees all of the life teeming, but he's not looking for the grass growing at an extreme rate. Instead, he does probably for one man, the simplest thing, and also makes the most misfortunate mistake of his life as he picks up a rock and tosses it at the back of Dread Kokutin's head.
Give me a roll to do, my friend. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's about right. The rock flies through the air, and I think you could stop the music.
Yeah, he does, as he turns around.
She slowly turns. Now, why would you do something like that? I have to wonder. Run me through your thought process, please. No, clarify it for me. I'm so deeply curious why you had a perfect chance to escape and you just decided instead to throw something as insignificant as a rock at me. She turns and you see a flare of energy travel through Cully's body and she just wings him into this guardian stone, breaking it instantly.
Ooh. He stops, more magic starts to pulse, and as he turns and looks over at Coley, he then turns over to her, and all he can say is, oh, quite frankly, I'm not really sure myself.
She takes a step forwards.
He takes a step back.
Then she notices something, actually, with the tree itself. Almost fixated on it, she looks over and almost seems to whisper to nothingness, as if she's communicating with the life of the forest itself. She places her head over to the side of it, and Cully starts to, scramble away a little bit, flashing you a smile, Suisen, as like a fucking thank you, man. She presses her face on the side. Is this the one? Is this the one? Are you adequate? Will you do? Are you? No, you just want to be. You just want to be, and I need to accept that. She pats the tree on the side as the life continues to rush out and open. And she turns around, head hanging for a second, and you're like, fucking what? Excuse me? And you see her eyes light up in a moment as you feel her attention squarely set on you, Sui-sen.
I see.
I don't need
Hmm.
to attend to the core spirit now. It just obtained freedom after all. It should be free to do what it wants for a bit. Free of humanity's influence. Free to spread. Free to experience the world. Ripping sounds as a claw drags itself down the side of the tree. After all, I found a new object of interest.
Suisun stops, and he feels the sweat beginning to pool on his head as, locked in place, gazing at this being so much greater than him. Why'd I try to throw a rock at her? Stop. And in a moment, he does the only thing he can really do in this instance. Faced with such a power, having failed his objective, having the full attention, he turns around and he plants his boots firmly against the grass and runs as fast as he can away from Dread Kokuten.
Cully runs as well, somehow spared the fate by Sui-sen's bravery.
And as this occurs, Kokuten,
Yes.
it's time for a hunt.
It's time for a hunt.
As you make your way across. And now... Okay, first off, Suisun
Yes.
needs to make his way back through the woods now.
Of course.
So, first, this is the challenge. Suisun has to try to beat a 5.
That makes sense.
Well, that's a really good roll. Okay. Well, Suisun manages to bypass this very first spot, running across through the woods there as you give chase. However, all the same, running this deep into the woods is going to accrue fatigue. 7 of it, in fact. As Suisun's going to take a wound.
Ah, understandable. What are you wounding, Sui-sen?
I'm going to wound his red attribute. And
Beautiful.
running through the woods. He keeps running. His feet crash against the bramble beneath him as he continues his rushed departure from the tree. The forest path has been recontextualized as the energy of Thysis spills across the land. He is in danger. This place is not safe. Regardless, he pushes himself forward, attempting to make the greatest haste he can without losing his direction. And Kokuten,
Yes.
it's your turn to roll.
Let's give it a shot. Clash with me.
All right. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, well, because of that, I'll just roll wild. 12. So, first I need to roll to see what his health. Okay, he's gonna have 10 health. So Kokuten,
Yes.
you proceed, and you proceed again, immediately catching up with him. If he thought he could run away from you when you were so close, he was deathly mistaken.
She's going to change her plan and actually slow down a lot and make
okay.
it so he thinks he's getting away.
All right, if you want to do it that way, sure, that's totally possible. Yeah.
Yeah, no, she sees him still running and running and running.
He continues moving past this area, and let me drag you to a map really quick. Moving across that very same river once again, he finds himself stumbling, almost tripping on the rocks, falling into the water. Before dragging himself back up, he hops and leaps across and moves forward. And this entire time, his brain is pulsing. Kokuten. No, he didn't recognize the form, but he does recognize the name. It's one he's heard countless times. And, in particular, it's one he's learned methods for dealing with. But right here, right now, there's nothing. He has nothing available, at least unless you can just get a little bit further.
She lazily moves across the stream and picks up the canteen he just dropped, slings it up in the air, and then keeps walking after him.
And so you keep giving chase. Chase itself is a bit of a wrong word. You continue to torment the soul as you once more follow him deeper into the woods. Let's see, gotta be the 19, Suisen. Or 9. Just a 9.
Just a 9.
Just a 9. 12. And with that, he manages to cross one more. Your turn.
Okay, let's give it another shot.
Your form closes in once again, and there is absolutely nothing capable of stopping you from closing in. Do you want to get at him this time?
Let's let him get a little bit further. I need him to fully understand exactly the limits of his own body.
All right. Well, 8 damage. He's at 2 HP again. 2. You continue closing in as the last one's here. He moves in and enters this square again.
Well.
That safe haven I mentioned previously.
He has to be getting pretty tired by now. Well, what curse should I place on him?
You're pondering.
Banish him from his homeland. After all, he just disrespected a core part of it.
You contemplate your curses. That would be something most fitting. It's something you considered perhaps for the other one as well. But, for now, one at a time. You stumble forward and follow a man deep, deep into the woods. By the time you reach, it's nightfall again. You notice the sun dipping beneath as a man slips inside. You follow through. You see him dipping his head inside of the shack.
She inhales deeply and starts to move forwards. Well, I wonder if he's hidden away a weapon here, or... She looks.
You stop.
Yeah, her entire face screws up. Hold on, is this pine wood?
Unfortunately, it is pine wood.
Hold on. Maybe presses face to the back. Pine on this side too. Well, there's probably holes in the roof. There are holes there big enough. She places her face down to the side of it. Exorcist.
Clicking on the roof, Suisen sits inside, staring up at your expression through the roof, sitting inside with the fire he just successfully stoked, as he looks up and then leans back against the back of this rug again, breathing heavily. Now it's time to roll fatigue once more. Let's see, Suisen, what happens to you? Okay, he takes another wound. He's wounded in yellow now as well. He sits deep inside of this cabin, breathing heavily, feeling his lungs radiating with pain. He crawls over to the side of the bed, sits up against it, and turns around and turns back up. They say Physis is the god of 1,000 curses, both on others and herself.
She goes quiet for a second.
Pinewood is something of a folktale, but I'm surprised it actually works. So long as all entrances are constructed with pine on the outside, for some reason you can't come in. I'm a bit surprised. Why?
Thump! She's suddenly behind you against the wall.
He kind of like shoots forward, but then a moment passes, and he leans back up against the wall again. Is it something to do with belief? Who was the first person to seal you like that?
Thump! It's over here now.
Or perhaps you're just allergic? He kind of smiles. Oh.
You hear a sigh escape like a growl. Pine. It had to be pine.
Yeah, I suppose it did. He kind of stops as he considers, and then he goes silent again. Your companion seems rather stony all of a sudden as he stops talking.
Why don't you come outside?
No.
Why don't I order you to come outside?
I'd have to disobey that order.
How about you let me in?
No.
Impudent.
Perhaps, but I'll take my rest.
Wait, are you just going to sleep?
Silence.
Come on. Come on, you can't just go to sleep.
Silence.
What's your name?
There's a sigh. I shouldn't tell you that.
It's not fair, you know mine.
Silence. Good night. And with that, any further questions or protests were silenced by a wall of pine.
Yeah, you
As
go to sleep.
he goes to sleep. And with that, Suisen finds himself in a bit of a predicament.
Yes.
The next day comes, and then goes. Silence. Hang on. Let me just move you around a bit.
Yeah.
As you spent some time out in the woods pretending to have left. You spent that way all day until your patience finally ran out, and you ended up emerging back. You hear Suisen cooking up some food inside of that room.
What gave it away? Was it the suspicious looking stone?
Suisen rested, so I'm going to return a wound to him now.
Yeah, you could return a wound.
He's going to heal. He stops, and then finally seems to talk again. Well, I heard you cackling last night.
Silence again. I thought I'd figured it out.
Well, regardless, I've decided to stay here a little bit longer. I felt like you would at least have, what, isn't it patience of the god or something like that? You have plenty of days to wait here.
She hops back up on the roof again. All right, you are. I'm going to let that spirit of life do whatever it wants for a little bit. It's full of so much pent-up will that it needs to express itself for a while. So, I have nothing but time, and I can be a very patient deity.
He stops, and then he takes a sigh. Very well then. Suisen, that's my name.
Hold on. You're just giving it to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm stuck in here, and at some point I'm going to run out of food. So regardless of what happens, I'm basically done for anyway, so I might as well be polite. He continues cooking up food in the stove.
She's gonna roll to die again. Yeah, let's do, oh, she actually got a high this stat. Hold on now. You're just going to accept death. You're going to run out of food. You're going to starve to death as I sit on this roof. I'm not even going to have the satisfaction of devouring you or anything.
I've got a few days worth of food.
Processing.
Make it last for a little while at least.
Thinking.
Well,
no, that's so boring.
He kind of sighs.
The creature on the roof starts to throw a little bit of a tantrum. How absolutely droll, despicable. You would count the raindrops waiting for the rain to end? No, 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 no.
I could.
A mortal has to be brave. They have to charge out into the rains.
Well, the rain will come through the roof. I'll have water.
She, like, hisses again. No. No, no, absolutely not. I won't allow this in my domain.
He kind of stops and turns around. Your domain?
Of course.
Isn't this domain of the wolf god?
Oh, you haven't noticed yet. This part is mine.
He kind of considers. This your house then?
No, because of the pine.
Ah, right. He stops and considers that again. Well, Kokuten, I'm afraid that there's not much I can do. You put someone up to a cliff. Well, what am I supposed to do in that situation? I don't want to jump.
Moving back and forth. She's thinking. She's scheming. You feel something.
Out here, somewhere on the road, 100 curses. Doesn't matter. The biggest thing is I'd rather be in here right now than out there. Even if the result is the same.
Well, fine. If you love this box so much. Let's forge a deal, then. She moves forward.
I've heard not to take deals with you.
Oh, who said that? I'll kill them.
He kind of mutters under his voice. You've tried before. He says to himself and then sort of like considers. So, all the same, what's your deal?
I'm going to give that core spirit of life 30 days. And then I will go out and I will see if its essence is worth joining with mine. You survive in here for all 30 of those days, and I'll let you go.
He kind of blinks a bit. Well, bad news for that deal. I'm going to starve to death.
I can provide you with food.
Good food?
There's a silence.
He stops. Food that I can eat without my gut bursting open.
Fine, if you want that to be part of the deal.
Yes, please. I would prefer not to die or have an unfortunate case of, I'm not even going to... He kind of stops.
Okay,
Food that digests well, please.
Yes, we can work out the terms of the contract however you want, but the basics are you last for 30 days, you can go on your way.
All right, then. All right. And what about your end of the deal? Or is that just it? What do you get from that?
What do I get from that? The face splits open again. Entertainment, of course. I said I was going to wait for 30 days. I was going to cause some misfortune in the countryside. But why would I do that when I have someone here in a tiny box I can shake?
He sighs. Do what you want. I have a request.
What's that?
He sort of... He kind of looks up at the roof. If you'd like, if you would please, could you... He kind of goes over and cracks the door open and just kind of holds it straight up. I would like to shake on it.
She shifts over.
As long as you promise not to pull me out.
She reaches out this long and gnarled arm, and you look up at this creature, silhouetted by the moonlight. Her appearance can only be described as godly. A mix of so many different colors, brilliant, beautiful, and terrifying. This is Kokuten.
He places a hand at the door, holding his hand just outside of that pine barrier. You could take it off right now if you wanted to. But all the same, his right hand reaches out.
She shakes it.
And with that, he steps back then and sits down, keeping a glance at her from the inside. Well, all right then. I suppose with that in mind, he kind of just sits a little bit. What's next?
How hungry are you?
Well, I just made food, so not too hungry.
What is the meal that you're most interested in at this moment?
He kind of considers, if you could... He kind of thinks like, am I seriously about to ask this right now? And he's like, if it would do you kind, don't worry about me for the rest of the day. In fact, if anything, he kind of grabs the food. I think I'll be quite content for the moment. I can't really think of anything I want right now.
She moves around the outside and then scrambles back up on the roof. There's so much more, like, so much less grace and menace when you know there's just a person behind it. You feel a thump, 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 and then a whisper, and one of those eyes peering down through the roof as the shape shifts. Oh, please, don't worry about you. It's now my business to worry about you.
Is it too late to ask for another term?
Absolutely.
Then this isn't a term. Just get off the roof.
Hangs down over the side here.
He consumes his meal in relative silence as the 30 days have begun. And Jay,
Yes.
I believe, since he did get to the shack and
Yes.
you so wonderfully decided to toy with him, so thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to ask for you to take control now, and we're going to swap over, take a break, and then swap over to the other game I copied so that you could throw shit at me.
It's time for Daisuisen Hell Mode.
Hell
Okay.
mode is now available.
Hell Mode is now available. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, chat. Okay, so yeah, that was a great time. God. Yeah, Kokuten hot, unfortunately. That's just how it is.
Unfortunately, yes. Spacey's
I
art
love
is
her,
so good.
It's so good. Yeah, Spacey
You
did
can
the
now
art
play as
from-
Luigi.
I should say Spacey did the art for Kokuten. Katartna did the art for Suisen, and
Yes.
Chad did the art for everyone else that's currently seen on screen so far.
Except Coley.
Except Coley, who was done by Eternal Savvy.
Coley.
What do I mean by unfortunately? She's a squirrel. She's a violent squirrel. That's what I mean by unfortunately.
What curse would you get for calling her a squirrel?
We'll find out. Oh yeah, no, I really liked that. I really liked Coley as the start, and now I get to experience pain.
Earlier I screenshotted a few comments. If you look in the general chat.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take a look. Yeah, let's see.
I'm back.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
welcome back.
Oh, boy.
Christian, you got
Okay.
water and stuff?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mhm.
love Suisen so much. Poor bastard.
He's only a lad.
He's only a lad.
A sad soul.
Yes. Okay.
Mhm.
Wow. If we're all in the hell
Yes.
mode, roll 20, I'm gonna get
Yes.
some music playing to make sure
Yeah.
that y'all can hear it.
Absolutely. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm starting with a loud track. That
Okay,
good for
fair enough.
balance?
Yes. Okay, I'm seeing. I needed to turn down my master volume. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, same, honestly. I'm like, wow, what
Yeah.
the fuck? Let's go. Okay, this one. So, is everybody good?
Yes.
Okay. Without any further ado, I'll be taking over as the GM, at least in the immediate. So, Suisen,
Yeah.
the night passes pretty comfortably, is the best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
You feel pretty confident in this deal you struck, mostly because you managed to get her off the roof. And like any victory, small that it is still a victory. And she busies herself outside, but you work on keeping track of the days.
Oh, wonderful.
You can feel that this is going to be quite the ordeal. You, tell me, how do you wake up? What do you do?
Well, first thing he does, he wakes up, sits up in bed, and he's now been well acquainted with this kingdom. If there's one thing he's appreciated during the first few days, at the very least, the fact that those patchy holes are in the roof have been rather convenient, because it feels less like he's in it's a little more air, I suppose, instead of being entirely enclosed, since, unfortunately, he's kind of trapped in here. And as he said, he sort of moved some stuff around to hopefully maybe catch some rainwater if it falls down.
Yes.
All the same, he gets up, he checks his supplies, and I believe we have 3 goods left, right?
You do?
Okay, well, I think I've successfully used one, and I'm going to use another one again, so I'll be back to full. So I'll be down to 1 good for the rest of this. His food supplies is already drifting. Unfortunately, they might have split it up between the traveling groups, so he didn't even have everything. He ran in a hurry. All the same, his bravado turned out to be, well, it worked out in this front at least. At least he gets this chance. All the same, he moves over to the side, cooks up a breakfast, eats it, and then sort of considers. 30 days in a small shack is more than likely to drive him up the wall. So, to start, he considers a little bit more and he sits down. If anything, the first thing he does is... Let me roll, actually.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, that makes sense. The first thing he does is pull out a book that hangs at his side also frequently. More of like it's almost like an encyclopedia for him for what he does. And in this book, a book of core spirits, there is a listing only for one god above all else that is special, Kokuten. This one, he reads through this page again. He takes effort to read through everything he knows and tries his best to learn. Tries to understand everything that has been recorded and known about this god. And that's what he spends the morning doing.
You spend your time trying to absorb as much information about Kokuten as possible. But something sort of cuts you off. It's like a jangling noise.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a jangling noise. What? You're like, weird. Okay. And then it gets louder, and then quiet, and loud, and then quiet, and then loud, and then really loud, and then quiet, and your eyebrow just picks itself up. It's really annoying.
He kind of stops. He's like, where's that coming from? He stops and thinks, I'm pretty sure I know where it's coming from. I suppose I should be asking why. He stops. He feels the first impulse. I want to see where that is. And he's like, well, of course I do. That's just human instinct. He looks down and continues trying to read.
You continue trying to read. Give me a roll to die.
Okay.
It's getting louder. It's really annoying.
He's going to keep trying to read.
Okay.
Except I don't think he can at this. Wait, no. He hyper focuses in on trying to read.
Yeah, you get so fixated on reading. You're just turning page after page after page. You're not even reading the words anymore. This is silent defiance against that stupid noise. And then it goes quiet again. You're like, oh, good, I can finally read. And you realize you have read 5 words.
Well, 5 words is progress. He's got a whole month, so might as well.
Keep reading. And then you feel a tap at the door.
Good morning.
Daisuisen.
Yeah?
It's a very quiet voice that emerges.
What is it?
I'm speaking in the parlance of the people of this area. This is your first of various temptations.
He kind of just like, well, I see.
Kokuten has a broom. and very, very lightly extends the broom to just nudge open the door the tiniest bit, and then steps back as if it's like fire or she was poking a snake.
He looks down at the book and starts reading again.
No, come on, look, please observe. I spent a lot of effort gathering all of this stuff.
He stands up, takes a step forward, and he closes the door.
You close the door on her, and you feel thump, 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 thump against the door again.
He moves this stool in front of the door and places it in front so that it cannot be juddered open. And he sits down and continues reading. And he looks at a certain section about what kind of curses Coquetin usually leaves for people.
Oh, come on, you're immortal. I gathered all of the wealth that I could find from this area. I made a big mountain. Come on, don't you want to swim in it? Or do whatever dirty things people do with money?
I've heard money can be used as an exorcism tool if you understand well enough.
I suppose it can.
He stops. I'm going to drop a swing and have him roll to die. Okay, you know what? He kind of puts the book down and stands up, and he cracks open and pulls the door open to look.
Yeah, there's like, basically under the gate, there is a gigantic pile of golden coins and like even a golden vase.
I see. Where did you even get that?
I scavenged.
Huh. That's rather interesting. Okay. He closes the door.
Wait, you're not even vaguely tempted.
He sort of like moves over to the side. Not quite sure what I'd spend it on.
Pleasures of the flesh?
Like what?
Alcohol, delicious food.
I suppose all of that would be nice, but he kind of stops and considers. And then he kind of like, does this work on people usually? He says it with almost like an innocence that he doesn't mean to be.
Roll to do immediately.
Yeah.
I'm begging you. She just, does this work on people usually? There's silence. Just dead silence for a little bit. Normally people are far more willing to prostrate themselves before me. Or they're more likely to do something foolish like your friend.
Yes, I don't think he was acting particularly foolish. He's simply, if anything, I'm the biggest fool. Tossing a rock at you.
She goes quiet at that. And then considers that deeply. And then stops and goes, well, so long as you know.
He kind of stops. And then he adds an ending to that. Usually, I'm imagining that could potentially work if I didn't already know the immense danger of stepping outside this shack. If I was a wanderer in the middle of the woods and I saw a bunch of gold lying on the floor, I don't know, I might pick up a coin or two, but at this point, no.
Of course, the method of presentation is causing problems here. I'll break that stony will of yours yet. It's only the first day, after all.
He stops and thinks about that. I suppose so. Well,
given enough time, you'll be begging to come outside and join me.
He kind of pulls out the book again and starts flipping through.
Kokutan starts to shift around the various gold coins, etc. And I'm gonna be real, that noise is way more effective at actually bothering you than the temptation of gold. Not that you'd ever tell Kokutan that.
No, in fact, while his face is not exposed, he simply just
And so, time passes. Hey, Christian,
Mm-hmm.
roll me a 1d6.
Okay, let's do that. 2.
Okay, interesting.
2.
Two. Okay, so that is this one. Okay, give me a sec. It'll take a second to prepare. Going like that. And like that. Look at your expression hasn't changed. There you go. And Suisun,
Mm-hmm.
it's been 3 days.
Yeah, the expression makes sense still.
You're nearing the end of your rations.
He contemplates if he should, perchance. He thinks, well, I guess I've got halfway through tomorrow then. He kind of squares away. Wonder if I should start eating leaner. He kind of stands up. Miss Kokuten?
Yes.
It seems I'm about to run out of food.
Oh. So you would like me to procure you some?
If you'd please. You mentioned previously what I'd like to eat.
Yes. Please. Inform me.
He stops. He kind of thinks, is it really within your power to procure anything?
She sighs as if delighting at the question. My domain is as vast as the sky and profound as the earth. If it is a mortal meal, I believe I can make something occur.
Do you have, perchance, ever made salmon stew?
She stops. Salmon stew? Like the fish that swim upstream.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or actually venison. Venison would
Venison.
be better. Yeah, yeah.
I believe there are both deer and fish around.
Okay. Well, if that must be
I
my
will
diet,
procure
then
both.
I see. He kind of sits down and wonders after that point. I wonder, is it going to be subjected to my favorite meal for 30 days that's going to break me, or is she going to grab some rats?
Time to roll for Kokuten. Oh.
Wow.
Wow. The blue one? Really? Okay, sure. Yeah, you know what happens? Not too much time passes, actually. About an hour or two. You sit quietly, looking at the ceiling. Then you hear another thump at the door. And she's standing there and slowly extends to you what appears to be a cauldron of boiling stew.
Oh, well. I was expecting to bake it myself. Thank you.
Her brow furrows. What would the point be if I had you cooking for yourself? That's another way to entertain the mind.
I suppose so, he thinks. He kind of, all right, well, are you gonna bring it to the door?
You say that. Give me a roll to do.
Okay. Let's see. Am I rolling? I think. With that, I guess it's gonna have to be this one, and then that, and because of situations, it's a +2 to that. Oh wow.
That makes sense. You go, why don't you bring it to the door? And yeah, you see that mischievous grin. She puts it down exactly here.
He kind of sighs. I see. Well, he stops, closes the door, and turns on the stove.
No, wait. Give me another roll to do.
Okay. Let's
This one.
he's let's try. Okay.
Suisan. Suisan. I moved it a little closer to the door. Maybe you could reach it if you open it.
How close? I can't reach my hand outside, or else he'll be breaking the deal.
Oh, that's a very good point. Very well reasoned. You got me. She shifts back around and is like, what are you cooking in there? I thought you were out of rations.
I said it was almost out of rations.
Processing, thinking, moves back over, picks up the thing of stew, and then just places it on the door handle and then moves back over in this direction.
She hears the stove click off as it like wash, and here's like the spattering of water on fire as it just a little smoke billows out. The door opens up, the stew is withdrawn. He sits down, he looks at it, and he takes a ladle from the side, puts it into one of the bowls, and then takes a sip, takes a bite. How is it?
We're gonna roll for good old Kokuten. I'm gonna GM layer her really quick. There we go. Roll to do.
Oh.
Honestly, pretty good.
Huh. He takes a bite. This is, thank you.
There's silence on the other side. You're welcome, I suppose?
It tastes very good.
Well, I'm glad for that much, at least.
Courtesy is to be granted when courtesy is deserved.
There's something backhanded about that.
He takes a bite of stew.
Why, you are perhaps the most impudent mortal I've encountered in quite some time.
Really?
Yes.
He considers that. Something happens. And I'm just going to take a note of that. As Suisan kind of sits there holding the stew. Suppose so. He takes a bite.
You have no fear. No fear that I might go after your friends or your family.
He considers that for a moment. Not particularly, no.
Wow, you're blunt about it.
He kind of considers there's not much to share.
Hmm?
He takes a bite.
What? No friends, no family? No people I could dramatically hold hostage?
No one you could, no.
Normally I'd call that a boring response, but it makes you speak freely, so I'll let that slide.
He continues taking more bites of food. Besides, I'm sure Coley's gotten out of here by now.
Oh, you consider that one a friend?
He kind of stops. I wouldn't say so. We just met very recently, but... Well, I suppose I owe a little bit to that one.
He's the one that got you in this situation to begin with.
He kind of considers that. Is that how you see it?
Of course.
Let me roll something really quick.
Oh.
Huh. I suppose that's true.
If only you'd destroyed that tree before he did. Well, maybe I would be hunting him down instead of you.
Well, I suppose it's a good thing he did then.
She sort of seems a little not pleased with that answer. No. Oh, no. No. You're just wrong.
He kind
Mortals?
of...
Incorrectness is the realm of mortals, so of course I will allow it.
I don't see how it was wrong.
Huh?
Didn't seem like it's an opinion. I don't think I could be wrong
Oh,
about
it
my
is an
opinion.
opinion.
You
But
gotta
you
stop.
are wrong, yes. Listen, that man. Oh, that man reeked of the cowardice that I'm used to. Were this situation reversed, this probably would have ended with him walking away with a rather nasty hex. Thump against the door. By the way, all that stuff about devouring either of you, I don't do that. I'm sure you read that in your book.
Yeah, I did.
No, this is far more interesting.
Well, I've sort of messed up in this sod. I can't admit that. After rereading, I realized I probably would have gone off with a lot easier of a curse, but now if I don't at least make it halfway, you're gonna give me a mean one for wasting your time, aren't you?
I'm not that predictable. You can't... The splendor of Kokuten cannot be contained within a book.
Okay. He considers that and takes that. I suppose I'll just have to see then. I don't intend to leave that early anyways.
Good. She says 100%. She would have acted exactly like you said. Well, so long as you know.
He kind of considers the stew is very nice.
Thank you very much. I hope you look forward to tomorrow's torments.
He takes a bite of stew. Huh. He keeps to himself. Being stuck, he sure has been inflicted with a decent amount of boredom. Though over time, he's been keeping to himself that being able to talk to someone has probably been allowing him at least a little bit of sanity. So, if more torments must come, then for now he'll accept them.
Yes. And more time goes on. Christian, roll me a d6.
All right, let's see. 5.
5. Oh, okay.
3
Okay,
more
cool.
days.
Oh, yeah. Time's dragging on. And you're right. You would be going stir crazy right now if it weren't for Kokuten's complete inability to stop talking to you. Which continues on. That's what her blue roll's doing right now.
Oh my god.
So you're just... at a certain point, your mentality sort of shifts a little bit. A book can't perfectly predict Kokuten, that's for sure, but you're a core spirit stabilizer, and you're from Mitsudai. Anything that you find out here could be useful to people in the future. Could save lives. Learning how to deal with this person, that's something that you can get behind. So, you start actually drawing more out of her, and she's very reluctant at first. She doesn't seem to want to give away any of her weaknesses, despite the fact that they're so damn well documented. And days pass in this manner. And Suisun, you find yourself in the cabin again. What are you doing?
Hang on.
Let's do...
Okay. Huh, okay. He's thinking a lot. He's contemplating stuff that has been said to him and other things like that. He's running through a number of thoughts. In fact, getting locked in a place like that isn't particularly good for him. So, after a certain point, he's sort of just laid back in the bed, and he's trying not to think, essentially.
Okay.
Almost meditating.
Give me a roll to die.
15.
Okay. You will be versus this. Ooh, okay.
Oh, wait. Actually,
Yes.
I need to say something. Suisun currently has a +2 to his yellow, so that's actually a 17.
Oh.
I need to start
okay.
rolling complex because I need to remember to put that in there.
Oh, excellent. So you're barely able to overcome this trick.
Yeah, actually, I'll just add that to a sheet directly.
So in this case, you're gonna be caught by it, but not caught by it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
You'll snap too. So okay, here's what happens. Suisun, you're sitting in the middle of your meditation, and you almost feel like this welling sensation in your chest. It starts weirdly with your body. Your body is reacting before your brain does. This is something, perhaps it's a sensation brought about by your meditation, but you feel compelled, or you're drawn somewhere, and you rise up your full height, not even thinking of Kokuten or the rest of the world, and you put a hand on the door, and there outside, in the middle of the foliage, is maybe the most beautiful person you've seen in your life. She sits there, looking around, form glimmering and shaking, and the face looks over, and it smiles to you, and it promises you no end of love, comfort, and pleasure. And your brain activates, and then, oh, hold on. Hold the hell on. What? You snap?
Yeah.
You snap too, and you immediately take a step backwards. That's wrong. This is a trick. This is another trick. And then silence reigns again, and you hear a loud voice actually from the side. Who the hell are you? This one moves in. Shoo, scram. No, this one's mine. Go, leave. Kokuten wanders back in. Suisun, the door is still fully ajar. You see Kokuten with an entire dead boar dragging behind her. She thumps it down in front of you. Sui-sen, I brought all this delicious meat for you.
He stares, expression on icon. I'm going to take a guess I have to come out to get it.
Yes, of course.
Right. He closes, stands up, walks to the door, and oh, I must have gotten him this time. He closes the door.
Sui-sen, you sit down and you're like, huh, close one actually.
Mm.
And then you sit and you read and you meditate more, trying to focus primarily on the sounds of your own head, your breath, etc., and not the sounds of someone devouring a boar outside of your cabin.
Oh.
But that night, let's change it to this one. Yeah, this one works. Swap the maps over. That was my favorite one.
That's my favorite one too, I think.
That
God,
is my
that's so
favorite one from the table. The many torments. You hear another voice call from outside. This one, it's that same grating nails on a chalkboard sound. Sui-san.
Well, first things first. Huh. Okay. He stops. Yes.
I'm curious. What are you thinking about?
He stops. And there's a bit of a silence there as he kind of holds himself there. There's no real response immediately. I'm nothing of importance. Idle thoughts that have been playing over the last few days.
Ooh, what type of an idle thought?
I'm not quite sure there's any. As I said, just I'm stuck in a cabin. It's boring. I'm in here.
Are you counting the rocks on the ground? Are you looking up at the stars?
No.
What are you doing then?
Nothing.
You've completely emptied your mind.
He stops. There's a silence there. And from picking up just knowing everything that's happened there, you can kind of pick up, no, when Sui-sen is saying something, he's rather abrupt. If he truly had completely emptied his mind, he would have said so, is what you would gather. There is a very potent barrier that he has put up around talking right now, and you can feel it pulsing around this building.
Oh, that's very annoying. What are you doing right now?
What do you mean?
You're exerting your will on the world around you, and you're making it upset.
I what? Just
No. You can't do that.
why not?
You have to be more conscientious.
That's the problem.
Hmm.
Too much thinking. Kind of sits up, leaning over. You hear the cracking of wood as he sort of sits there, and once more silence.
You keep thinking that much, and you'll twist a fold in the world.
I didn't know people were capable of making folds happen.
Who told you that?
There's a silence. There's an answer that was on the tip of his tongue, but it seems to slip away. And
Some sort of a master.
Kokiden, you feel something sort of just, again, that block.
You're as sealed up as that core spirit was in that tree.
Let me roll the die.
Ooh.
Oh. I guess that would be... Okay. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. You feel like you dug something out there. What do you mean?
That sensation I'm feeling pooling and welling around you. It's really off-putting is the best way to describe it.
I see.
It's not just people that listen to your voice. I noticed you have trouble speaking sometimes, but the heart and mind speak true at all times. She stops. I sounded like my brother for a second there. Full body shudder. Your thoughts resonate out. They cascade across the world, and trust me, there are creatures listening. Remember the tale of the core spirit of rains? Everything listens.
What am I supposed to do about it?
Listen back. If you're trying to put down all barricades and stop your own voice from slipping out, it's like screaming so loud you won't be able to hear anyone else either.
He considers that. Can you make a roll to do for me?
Yes, I can. She's still blue. This is her blue stat. God!
Oh, wow.
Kokiten,
Damn,
you roll.
wow,
Oh,
that was necessary too.
Susan, you're fucking like, you have heard tales of this creature. You should not let her in your mind, no matter what, but it punches through.
You feel like these words you share, you've taken a bit of that like, again, someone else's way of thinking. But that proved to be enough. You don't feel like that barrier that was set up got any weaker. In fact, it pushed back every second, but at the very last moment, it seems as though there was a listening. There is a connection there. And as that happens...
She waves her hand around. Of course, you don't need to weaken your thoughts or let me in or anything like that, so long as you're listening.
I'm listening.
That's good. I think you'll be far more successful at your profession if you do so. Can you imagine that? She moves back over. Core spirit stabilizers are like doctors, but can you imagine a doctor that only exists to cure patients that can't tell people what's wrong with them?
Some kind of miracle worker, then.
No. You'd be presumptuous to call them miracle workers. You have to listen. It's that simple.
He kind of considers that for a moment, and he wonders why, and a bit of that doubt kind of creeps back in for a moment. All the same, he also feels something else happen, and he kind of switches over as a question kind of boils in his mind as well. Are you always listening?
She goes quiet for a second. Oh, Kokutan, your turn. Oh, yeah, that one.
Here, let me make a roll. Nah, that's probably not enough.
So you say, "Are you always listening?" And you see a glimpse of something through for just an instant. An overwhelming look at the creature that's poised outside. Are you always listening? I am. And then the steps travel past. But not just me. No. The world itself is always listening. She honestly thump back against where you are closest to. You never know where an act of kindness or your voice reaching out might touch something that you're not capable of seeing. You couldn't see me, after all, until that last moment. You're another comedian on the stage. The audience is watching. Very few people can listen to it, though.
I see. Well, he kind of, you hear a creaking of wood once more as he stands up. Right, well, I'll try to listen more.
That's good, then. She sort of shifts, moves away. Good night, Sui-sen.
He kind of sits down there. Now I need to make an important roll as well. Let's see.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. Pop. Sui-sen lays down in the bed again as she departs, and he starts to get back into thinking, but there's almost like a weight on his brain, a sort of pressure that falls. He doesn't particularly feel better, but he feels like his mind stopped racing.
Hey.
With that, he places
Sui-sen.
his head back. Yeah?
You gonna listen?
He'll listen a little bit.
A little bit, okay.
Just a little bit, yeah. We're gonna try it out, you know?
Okay. You listen, and you have your mind stretch out. You attempt to not only put down that barrier, but perhaps piggybacking on that barrier. The best way to put it is, that barrier that you put down earlier, it's like a sensory organ to its own extent. It's an arm that you extend to shield the self, but at the same time, the arm has nerves in it, and then the nerves can still touch and feel. And you reach out, and you touch, and you feel. And for a second, you blink, and you almost see something skittering across the floor of your cabin. Pitch black, miasmatic, it almost vanishes beneath the bed. And your eyes snap open. You realize you weren't looking at that thing. Whatever it was something that you heard and you projected an image of, but it's gone. And the cabin is silent.
There's a bit of sweat beading in that moment as he stops and looks around. He considers that for a moment, and in that, he's going to stop, and he's going to reach for the book again. And as he considers that, he listened for a bit, and something happened. He projected something. He's going to try to peek and see if there's anything like that in here.
You start to read through, and give me a roll to die.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. So basically, you're gonna roll right now to stay up all night, to just read, and you read, and you read, and you read, and like that, the day turns over.
Ooh.
And Sui-sen, you are so absorbed in your studies that you this catches you completely off guard. Thump! Right behind your head. It's just quiet.
Kokutin?
There's that voice speaks up, and then you. Oh boy, you hear a call. Kid, that you?
Cully?
Yeah. Hey, you okay in there?
He stops and considers for a second. I'm fine, yeah. I'm fine.
What? Why the hell are you over here?
He kind of stops a bit. And let me roll something really quick.
No.
Ah, I see.
No.
You should be asking why you came back.
I haven't left.
Yeah?
You feel him slide across the door. I followed the mark I put on this place back, but didn't think I'd actually be able to get here.
I see.
Hey,
Yeah?
why she kept you protected all this deep?
Say that again?
Suisen, you're 5 folds deep. I don't even know where this is anymore.
He considers that. 5 folds deep, huh?
Susan, I need to tell you something. The way
Yeah?
this forest works, I messed up bad.
He considers that the tree, huh?
There's so much life inside of that thing.
He kind of stops and then he thinks a little bit. So, Coley.
Yeah.
He kind of considers a bit itself. As he kind of turns. How do you know we're 5 folds deep?
I can see him now.
Yeah? See what?
I can see the way that space turns around this place. He gains. Oh fuck! Time to roll for Cully. I don't have him initialized because I thought he'd be dead. Oh boy. He slams his head backwards against the door with a thump, and Suisen, it's a pretty upsetting noise. He speaks up. No, I might not be an exorcist, but we got a way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
I need to tell you what happened to me. You write it down so that this doesn't happen to anyone else, okay?
He considers that for a moment. And then he's like, oh boy. He will sort of stop there. And what about that? Something not happening to someone else?
Yeah. There's too much of it. It's too bright.
He considers that. Coley?
Yeah.
The door.
Slowly, do you opening it?
No, he's asked about the door. I should
Cold.
tell you honestly. You're not allowed in here.
I don't think I could open it anyway.
He kind of thinks about that. This door could be opened by a broom. It's not a matter of force. It's a matter of willingness.
Yeah, maybe I could.
I'm not going to invite you in.
He reaches up to the door, and then you don't invite him in. Stop messing with me. Listen. You hear that sound again. The woods aren't safe anymore.
I see. He stops. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it, though. If the woods aren't safe, you should run out. Leave. It's okay.
Can't leave anymore.
Stuck in the folds?
Shakes his head. No, I wish. His head hangs. Listen, this stuff, it gets in you. It starts ripping you apart. I don't know how long I've been here. Don't know how long I'm gonna be here. Just lost. So he said,
He stops and steps up and moves over to the door. And he kind of turns and looks at the door itself. And he's just like, what's going on? Tell me.
you can't tell it things. You can't use your voice or it'll take that away.
He considers that and thinks he kind of goes to the door really quick, and then he considers and holds still as Cully,
Yeah.
or I should say Kokuten, if that's actually you, you're gonna want to back away.
There's a moment of silence, and then what do?
He reaches to the door with a left hand and rips the door open. And what does he see on the other side?
You see a figure so indistinct it could no longer be called human.
He sees that, staring directly across at this figure, and his gaze places right directly across. But all the same, locked into his current color, standing exactly as he's doing, he holds and stares forward, and then there's an expression that shifts on his face as he looks. I wish you found me sooner.
You say that, and this creature just stands with its full form. With its full form apparent to you, it can no longer make words. It simply is.
Suisen's right arm kind of drifts down to the side, hanging loosely by it. He sort of stares forward at this figure just standing directly in front of the door. He reaches into his pocket and pulls something out, flicking it beyond the barrier. Hey, here for good luck. Maybe you'll find your way out, huh?
The figure takes the coin, slowly nods to you, and starts to walk off.
Suisen.
Disappearing back into the woods.
Suisen stops and then kind of stands for a moment and then moves to the side, closing the door, sits on the bed, and pulls out that book and flips to one of the empty pages left specifically for him. He pulls a pen out and starts writing.
And it takes you until nightfall to finish that entry. You make some deductions, and yes, you said it so that no one else will ever have to suffer that fate. And given time, you hear another impact. Thump. Hey, Suisen! The voice rings out, almost like disgusting honey.
Stops. Is he's finished writing at this point?
Yeah, you just finished.
He stops, puts it down to the side. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
He sort of sits against the wall. I encountered Coley today.
Oh, yes, the one that broke the seal.
Yes. He kind of stops for a little bit. I was listening. And it turns out that even in the end, I couldn't step past that door. So I'm sure I have a good chance of winning now.
Huh?
He kind of considers something as he stands up. That coarse spirit that you let out, or that you, I guess, at this case, it would be nothing but a misfortunate accident, wouldn't it?
Huh?
The releasing of that spirit. He steps over and he goes to the door and he pulls it open and he looks directly across at her and is like, I'm afraid Coley's not going to be a problem anymore. It's back to square one. I don't really concern myself much. There's no one left you could go after.
She looks back over her shoulder. Oh, he was overtaken by the life core spirit.
One of many, yes, probably.
She seems to think about that pretty deeply and then looks back to Suisen. How's Suisen doing?
Suisen's got he's a little bit down.
Makes sense. She seems to appraise you. Door fully open. Well, I have to ask the same question I asked you at the tree. What comes next?
He stops and is he considers, you're going to let this core spirit wander around more, aren't you?
It was my plan to release it and let it do what it wished, yes.
Would you be willing to stop it now?
Oh boy. Why would I do something like that?
Because people are going to... He kind of stops. The effect of this much life, it's spilling out. It's shifting reality. It's making... He kind of stops. Coley told me we're 5 folds in.
She actually takes a step back. How did he know that?
He felt it. He was already turning. He was becoming overwhelmed with that life. That life that's been spilling out of the tree. The life that you wanted us to spill out from that tree.
Sighs. That look. It seems to punch straight into her, and she, looks around. Perhaps he was more talented a mage than I gave him credit for. Yes, I cocooned this place in a multitude of folds. Enough to weather the storm of light pouring out.
He kind of stares forward at her at that point. And he's like, that's just us, though, isn't it?
She nods.
Everything else is going to keep having that happen to it. Everything
She
around
nods.
here. Why are you comfortable with that? Why do you even want that life to spill out right now?
She moves forward. Because that life hasn't been able to move for a long time. She motions over to the cabin. Though it works as the smallest microcosmic equivalent that I could draw, that core spirit has been writhing in that tree for decades at this point. Your little cabin experience is nothing compared to the pain it's felt.
He stands in there and probably not, no. And yet all the same, why not just put a fold over it? Why are you letting it run rampant?
She looks back over. I worry that I don't have the strength to contain that one. Crafting a pearl around us that will enable us to weather the storm, that's one thing, but all of that life energy pouring forth at the same time? Even Kokuten can't stand against a core spirit that powerful. She says that, and then there's silence. And Suisen Hey, bud, are you still listening, would you say? Did you keep that lesson writhing in your head?
So I think while usually I'd say yes, I think because of how he's locked in right now, nothing's getting in again.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. Then she says, even Kokutin can't, and then there is dead silent as her entire face blanches. Her body seems to arc up for a second, and then it's back to the same old smile.
What was that?
She looks. Oh, you stopped listening.
I did.
Then I'll keep my secrets. She takes a step over this way. What was your request? Did I stop this thing?
Yes. Don't seal it back up. I just want to know if there is a way to stop it without putting it back there.
That's not a question for me.
He considers that. Yes, I suppose it isn't.
She moves
He
back over this way.
Closes the door, actually, in her face.
Hey!
And that moment, he reaches down, pulling open this little chest to the side, looking inside for any sort of papers or anything. He takes the notes he wrote about Coley and the book itself and starts assembling it down beneath him in that moment. And with that, he starts engaging with it, looking at it, piecing together every singular piece. I'm going to figure that out for myself.
She seems almost disappointed at this. Moving around in this direction, you write with a fervor and a fury, and dedicated to this. You're going to be the one to save Cully. You're going to be the one to turn back whatever's happened. The sun rises. Sui-san!
He stops, and let's see how he's doing today. As roll a die. Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Oh boy.
So I think, in this case, Sui-sen will, he'll actually stop for a moment. Yes?
When was the last time you slept? You mortals have to give your bodies rest.
He kind of considers. I've gotten a few naps in a few times.
Silence. Judging.
This isn't a question of sleep per se. I can make it up a little later. After all, I'll be stuck in here even after a few couple of weeks. Kokoden, just to confirm, I've been trying to keep notches myself. How many days have passed?
I believe it's 9 at this point.
He stops, turning over, and checks his own notches he's been making. Okay. He kind of stops again. Well, all the same, how are things out there today?
What are you doing?
Well, you said earlier that you weren't the one who was supposed to make that call. What, regarding the core spirit, right?
Indeed, I'm not.
Well, you're right. It's supposed to be me. I'm the specialist, after all.
Yes, indeed, you are.
So I've been doing my job, if anything.
You've been dreadfully silent, and then you greet me with a good morning and ask me how I'm doing?
He kind of thinks a bit. Yeah, I suppose I have been in here a little too long.
There's a growl that emits from outside. Well, did you come to your conclusion, core spirit stabilizer?
Let's roll, actually, to
Yes.
see. Let's roll to do here.
Actually, yeah, no, yes, you have.
Okay, he kind of thinks, I believe so, yes. Tell me, Jay, what would you say the solution to this would be that he would be able to gather from this?
Oh boy. So, from the surrounding, well, based on that 19, Suisun's kind of a genius.
Yeah.
Like, somehow, within all of this, you've managed to puzzle out a relatively potent solution. There's a problem, though.
Mhm.
There's a big problem with your plan, though.
Hmm.
The hugest problem of all. It requires securing the cooperation of this.
I see. Which is probably why he swung in right now with a hello and a good
Hello,
morning.
good morning.
He kind
So,
of
yeah.
considers for a moment. Well, I have a solution. Would you be willing to give me a hand?
What?
He kind of considers for a moment. Well, I've been able to work out a way that I could potentially help this spirit pass, I suppose. Rest again. Let that isolation slip away. He kind of stops. It must be painful having to stay here and listen to it.
Fuck you. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay. Yes. I'll be the first to admit its pained cries have been bothering me. It fills me with an ire that I can't quite describe. I was expecting things to be silent, for me to exist within this little snow globe, and to simply wait out the storm. Suisun, give me a roll to do.
Okay, let's see. Oh.
Okay. She shifts around and you can't quite perceive what she's doing, but you feel
Mhm.
like the air around her has changed.
Okay. Okay.
So, what do you suggest? Is it something that I can do? Can I silence it?
He kind of sits down on the rug. Well, I asked for your help, and if it was something you could do, I'd... He kind of considers. I think you'll need my help, too.
This isn't just a ploy to leave, is it?
Well, no. Not at all, actually. Unless you have a solution, I actually thought of one.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Well, quite simply. He kind of considers, I wouldn't want to go outside right now. I don't plan to. I need your assistance, though, because if it's possible, could you coerce the spirit here?
She blinks a few times. Bring it over.
Yeah. Well, Pine blocks Physis, but Pine has no effect against the core spirit of life.
So I should go out and pluck that thing and bring it to you.
If you would.
And you believe you can silence it?
He kind of considers that for a moment. Well, he kind of okay, let me roll the die really quick actually.
Yeah.
Okay, fun. He considers that then. There are two ways it'll happen. Either I will, or I'll just be forced to close myself off from it. Worth a shot. And besides, if I get overcome with life and all that stuff, well, he kind of like, well, I suppose I'll be in here for a long, long time. I guess I win either way.
Her expression, you feel it. You've gotten used to her movements over time. And you can feel though those eyes like narrowing at you, like I can tell you're not really up to something, but and then there's this deeper level of consideration. Very well. Remind me, what was Core Spirit Stabilizer rule number 1 again?
Core spirits do not act upon their own wills.
Of course. you feel the body shift away and sort of disappear out into the woods. Out into the woods itself.
Yeah, he contemplates that reaction and he thinks a bit about that for a little while and where that malice comes from.
You start to write that phrase down, and it weirdly, in this moment, it almost takes the place of you're charting the days. Poor spirits have no will. You puzzle on that for a while. You let it turn over in your head, and oh boy, time to roll for Dread Kokuten really quick. And returning a life spirit to you. 5 folds deep. Oh boy. Okay. Gonna roll to die. Okay. Yeah. Okay. She gets that one. She gets the fucking terrifying one. Good. Suisun, what do you do to prep yourself?
So, the big thing is Suisun preps himself so that if something bad happens, it's sort of like prepping a prison. Like, essentially, it's like this. He wants to let this thing be free, but if he fails, he wants to make sure this thing doesn't break out again. It'll be deep in this little sub-realm that Kokuten has created, a place that lies deep within existence. But beyond that, the only downside of this is that if this prison does go up, if he fails, he too will be trapped here with it.
Yep.
So, thinking back to what Kokuten had said to him, your sentence is nowhere near as bad as that one's. So at the very least, he's going to put himself at the same level of risk as that thing.
Oh, Sui-san, you're too good. You sit, you wait, and you meditate. Eventually, you feel a thump at the door. And another vision of something overwhelmingly powerful.
Ooh.
You get a better look at her this time before that light fades away, and thump! Something has dropped!
Oh.
Well, there you go.
He stops, and he's just like, are you serious?
Yep.
But a little closer to the door, please.
Fine. She slides it all the way in. Thought I could get you at the last second there.
He looks at this being, floating, simply holding itself and writhing around in all this life that starts to spill out. And he feels it. He feels that there, and it's a lot. He looks at it and kind of stops for a moment and
you notice something.
Yeah.
The first thing that you observe about this creature is that you can even look at it to begin with. You feel like your eyes would simply put, like, this is going to sound gross, they would, like, gloss over. Like, they would grow over. This thing is life incarnate, but you notice, there's a wrap around this creature. But a fold this deep, in so many folds, that is unbelievably potent power encircling this creature. You look outside at Kokuten, who is watching you with a mischievous grin.
He considers, wow, you're... I don't know which one of you is more troublesome. He kind of considers a bit, well then. He stares directly at it, feeling that what must happen, but also seeing what is currently happening. He kind of thinks, let's see now. He sort of reaches a hand forward, his left hand going up, and it lightly grazes against the thing, kind of shifting through as he looks directly across. Who put you here?
His body shifts and reforms.
He sort of looks at it a bit more, and with this, he considers what's going on. He's had a decent idea of what's happening with this thing. Kokuten all but explained it to him, actually. So with that in mind, he considers, I think I see. He starts to consider that a little bit more, and actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at his gift really quick. And he's
Yeah.
going to try to... All right. He will gain a plus 1d6 to this roll. He's going to try to listen.
Ah, fantastic.
And with that, I'm going to roll to do is exactly going to try to do this right now. An extra 1d6 to that. Let's see how you do, Eason.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. So, you're listening. Do you want to take this or should I?
You take this one, actually.
Beautiful. You lean in and you listen, and Kokuten lets out a "oh" from over here as if interested, as you spread your senses through the room and you try to understand what sensation this creature feels. And it's time to roll for it. Let's do this. Excellent. Okay. So you clash with it, and as your senses pour into the creature, you feel what this thing is. It's an empty bucket. It's been filled with something, and now it's spilling over the sides. Spilling over so absolutely, so cloyingly, and so overpoweringly that everything around it is being converted and rewritten in its image. What it feels is simply put what it puts into everything around it. Life, joy, freedom. 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 Wait. There's something wrong with this thing. There's something really, really wrong with this creature.
Ah.
A core spirit of life, right? That's what it has to be. Give me another roll to do.
Okay, let's go. Oh, wait. Plus the 1d6.
Plus the 1d6. It's very important.
Oh.
Okay.
Dang.
So, Suisen, you listen, and you're the one who catches it before Kokuten. You know what's actually happening with this creature. You meditate on the words that have haunted you over the last hour. You focus on this concept. And the core spirit in front of you, the spirit of life trapped within the tree, continues to expand within this tiny trapped space. Kokuten fucked up big time, trapping it again, bringing it here, bringing it back to a spot that it wants to get out of. Suisen, you instinctively dart backwards as you fully realize what this thing is. This isn't a core spirit of life. No. This was a very different core spirit. Trapped over time, it absorbed will, and it became a creature of life. What was sealed away was something very, very fundamentally different now. The expression that it has is one of bounteous joy, freedom, the brilliant lands around it. It absorbed all of nature itself, and it rejoiced, returning the light of nature. But its fundamental nature lies something deeper. What was sealed within that tree isn't a spirit of life. What was sealed within that tree is a problem. Darkness juts out from the creature as you feel the fold surrounding it shatter like glass. Suisen, your contingencies, they trigger. Yeah, you're gonna share a prison with this thing. That's the plan, right? You feel something against your face. It's cold.
Oh.
Shouldn't be here. Kind of pull yourself up as you pull yourself too. You're somewhere else.
Ah.
You sort of separate yourself from the ground slowly. Core Spirit Stabilizer, what do you do?
He notices he's somewhere else. And first things first, that's immediately concerning, but he stops and faced with a similar occurrence, no, that wouldn't be Kokoden this time. It couldn't be unless he stops. He's still locked in the red. He's going to let his voice end in his head and listen again. What's going on? What can he not see?
You listen to the area around, and give me a roll to do.
Okay.
Suisen, you've treaded off the path of core spirit stabilizers. You're now in a realm that most people would never return from. You're lost within the folds.
He stops and considers that for a moment, immediately putting aside some of that other wisdom as he steps forward and sits. He presses his fingers up to his mouth and stares forward as he thinks, stuck in the folds. And now it's time to remember, what did she always talk about? The folds. Something unique to Mitsudai. A phenomena where reality almost bends in on itself. This can happen many times. Over the course, almost like a small little existence that appears behind the two different trees separated from each other. Just a pocket that he slipped into. And he can tell that as he's dipped in, those go up to 8. And he doesn't know which one he's at now. But he does understand that once you're in them, oftentimes people don't find their way back out. As Coley said it himself, he was deep within this place. So deep that a core spirit of life couldn't even spread there until they brought it there themselves. So, him in a spot where he is just human, he doesn't have any real techniques to get out of this spot. This is a story that you're supposed to avoid. Most of the stories end after you get past a certain point. All the same, he steps up and moves a bit, finding his way forward, and he doesn't stop or kind of succumb to panic, because he does know, if anything, there's one more person with him here. One more thing, one more entity. And that doesn't need any more panic right now.
Yep.
Tries to find his way through.
You quietly approach. Yet another prison. Yeah. Yet another prison. Creature holds itself still. Give me another roll to listen, my friend.
All right, roll to do.
Yeah.
Oh, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
You listen close, and you.
Oh, I should add another 1d6.
Yeah. Actually, drop your roll to do. I want to roll to die.
Okay, fair.
This is a response. Tell me what you're doing.
The top is that one. However, I'm going to pick something different.
Oh, okay.
I think it makes sense right now that blue is Suizen's highest, especially considering the situation. However, he's going to lock in something different. Something that has been drilled into his head for a while now. The idea of listening. Said a real stubborn one like that, someone impudent, someone who would dare listen this deep and potentially drag themselves deeper. Someone who, at this stage, is still going to try to listen. So 21 now.
Christ. Okay. You approach. As you step forward, core spirit stabilizer, you look at this thing. And all of that life that seemed to characterize it starts to fade. You start to see what is actually beneath this creature's guise. Beyond the revelry. That's the best description of this. This life sensation. It's like a party. It's the taste of freedom on your lips for the first time in so long. It's enjoying nature itself, but what was hidden beneath it is something else, and you beat the 20 by 1. So you managed to observe this before it is too late. The actual shape of this creature. Not life, but its antithesis. Decay.
Oh.
Who would be so joyful, of all things in creation, To see something as bountiful as the world, than a creature of decay. So much to see, so much to live through, so much to end. You listened, and you know what this is.
He stumbles on through, and with that, Suisen reaches into his pocket and he holds a paper sigil. But in this case, well, he actually lets that slip back in his coat. It wouldn't do any good with this. He moves forward and he kind of sits down on this like puddle on the ground here and kind of slips his arches his back forward, stares into this thing, and he looks. He simply watches and sees. So, buried in a place where nothing could decay. Not even the bodies, not even the dead things. He kind of considers that, and then he sighs. I wonder what stupid farmer decided to put you here. He kind of considers, and then looks up at the thing, and considers that one more time. And once more, he's witnessed the true form of this thing, and he understands he was approaching this wrong. He was currently, in the past, a core spirit of life bound, believing perhaps it was put there to make the forest grow at such a rate, but also causing it to fester. But that festering was its actual nature. That was it itself. Understanding that, he'll need to change directions with this. So instead, now trapped in this place where they're basically alone, he will... He tries to reach out again. He needs to feel it differently this time. Why did decay not... What caused decay to feel such fear? That's what he needs to know.
Oh boy, I think you are uniquely qualified to answer this, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Suisen, it's been, you asked Kokuten earlier how many days it had been, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really remember how many days it's been?
There's like a fog that sits there in his mind. He looked at his book, and that's it, though. He doesn't actually remember. Because after a certain point, he stopped writing.
And remember what Kokuten said? Suisen, eventually you're going to have to sleep. No, it's fine, I'll just take a nap. You lost all sense of time, correct?
Yes.
In truth, Suisen had experienced little more than 9 days. That much is absolute fact. Kokuten's clock remained accurate, even deep within the folds. However, to a mortal being like Suisen, charting the time using gut instinct, the movement of the stars, that is not a feat possible for him. So, you understand at this point, probably more than anyone, what it means to be isolated, what it means to be removed. You understand what it means to be put away in a spot where you can never touch or feel, a spot where all of your senses have been deprived from you and you no longer exist, a being of nothing. You understand that more than anyone.
He feels something deep inside, and he turns over to this thing as he looks. I'm sure it must be terrifying. And you're not the first. We're still trying to find an answer. He kind of leans forward a bit. But it's all spilling over, isn't it? I see. Okay. In that case, he moves over to the side a bit and just kind of stands up and approaches the thing. They say that core spirits do not have a will of their own. Yet, when granted one, there really is no difference between someone who has a will and someone who has not. At a certain point, the world infects all of us. It inflicts itself upon all of us. He kind of moves forward and reaches up that hand again. And here, maybe you'll find some peace from that world. He kind of moves over to the side a bit. A fold like this is a perfect place to wait. To let all of that spill out. Until eventually, fold by fold, each of these will decay away. And we'll be back. So just don't worry about it. It's okay to spill now. Nothing's stopping you.
Are you going to try to put that will into the world?
This world, sure.
What dice would you say that is?
We're gonna give that yellow.
Okay. In that case, give me a roll to do.
Okay. Let's do it. That's not a 3. That's a 3 and a 0, baby.
Okay. I think I know a way I can take this.
Oh boy, I'm excited.
So, you ready for some wild shit, Christian? You ready
Say
for
again?
some? You ready for some wild shit, Christian?
Yeah, let's go.
You ready? Okay. Whew, boy. Sui-sen,
Mhm.
you're violating the teachings now. You're going against pretty much everything that a spirit stabilizer should be doing in a situation like this. Because this is a creature, literally of malignant darkness, that you are saying it's okay to exist as you are. It's fine. Your peers would mock you relentlessly for this. This is the type of thing that you shut down, that you destroy forever. Hell, even Cully earlier would probably just shoot this thing. But for some reason, you find this little fold of secluded space, and you find a creature that's so afraid of being trapped, and you tell it, it's okay, you're free here. You're not stuck anymore. You decide to take the most bizarre opinion and blame the humans? The farmer that trapped this thing? No, look at it. It's a mix of miasma. It's darkness. It'll burn you away in an instant. Are you kidding me? That is plague. Pestilence. That's famine given form. It's decay. It's rot. It's nothing more. In the parable of the rains, all the people's wills reached the heavens, and the core spirit, once exhausted, redoubled its efforts, and it became a typhoon. You didn't take the same lesson from that most people did you? you took something a little different. How sad. It's not a cautionary tale, that's a tragedy. So, as you reach forward, you take a step that no living being would. Quite literally. You do something so thoroughly unexpected, it could only be called an act of pure will, and this creature responds. You run over that riddle in your head again. Of course, spirits have no will. Then you carry through. You reach out. This is reflecting what's been put into it. And you hope, at least for the moment, that it will reflect you. And you know what? It does. You hold out a hand. Yeah, thinking about this practically, Sui-sen would look back. Admittedly, at the time, he was just hoping and holding on for the best, but objectively speaking, he made exactly the right calls. Only a master core spirit stabilizer would be able to do something like this. Have the sound enough judgment to do something like this, but in his case, it was all just dumb luck. of an inexperienced core stabilizer.
Uh,
He reached out his hand, and he let a little bit of that rot touch him, and similarly, it spread back. It bounced within the creature. In this isolated space, of course, even a drop of blood would seem like a flood. Suisen, in this moment, in this secluded fold of the world, was this creature's world, and as such, it had no choice but to listen to him. But instead of enforcing on it something simple, using the advantage of the fold to crush this thing into nothingness, he decided to say it's okay to spill, and it's okay. You should be calm. The spirit's nature fundamentally changed with the drop from Suisen. Calmness extends over the fold. You don't know how long you've been here, but you feel at peace. This one. The creature of rot has subsided. It's okay. You feel the aspects of the fold that were tearing, ripping their way into elsewhere, subside somewhat. And you're simply left with the core spirit. What do you do?
he kind of sits for a moment and takes a breath at least. And kind of looks at this core spirit, something that had emptied out all of this malignant energy that had spilled, either superstition or the inverse of its desire, that which was pushed so hard. The tragedy of a core spirit of rain, which was not understood for what it was doing. This reflected upon a spirit of decay. And all the same, at this point, it must be exhausted. So Suisen stands up again and moves his hand forward and basically takes the bowl that this thing is resting on and holds it aloft. He looks and then sort of turns back again.
And it's in that moment that you hear it. A clapping, resounding noise as you move this creature. Suisen!
She's
Very well done. And then you feel this presence around your back. And for some reason, there's significantly less kindness emanating from the being this time. Look at what you did. You really did stabilize it. That's incredible.
There's a look of surprise on his face. What? You're here too?
Look at this thing. She reaches up a hand, and as she does, yes?
He holds the core spirit in his hand, and then, in a moment, he raises it up, and he passes it forward. I have a gift for you.
Huh?
I know you're not probably one who receives many gifts.
What? What? Everything stops for a second. Kokuten is genuinely just confused.
He kind of stops. Core spirit of decay will match pretty well. It's an unlucky thing. Brings misfortune. It should get enough use with you, so that it shouldn't go crazy like that again.
She takes a step backwards, and you just extend the core spirit to her. What is... She exhales through her nose, and then reaches out her hand. Fine, here, give it to me.
He passes it forward.
Give me another roll to die.
Okay, let's do that. Oh, wow.
And then lock in whatever you... Oh, I guess it's yellow, and give me a roll to do.
Okay. Pop.
Okay.
Back to normal.
Once again, you don't hear this because you're so focused on hearing the voice of this core spirit.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear this until it's too late, actually. It's, she reaches out her hand and she takes the core spirit, honestly a little surprised, and takes a step backwards with it. Sort of holds out a palm, and the creature dances along it, and you feel a deep sense of satisfaction as you watch her hold this thing, and it vanishes into her body. How long have you known?
He stops. Huh?
Huh? She moves forward. It would be better served with me, etc., etc. How long? Hold on. Don't tell me you were doing this all on gut instinct.
He stops and then he turns. I mean, I learned. Are you talking about it being a spirit of decay? I just learned that a few minutes ago. It only makes sense. You spread crop misfortune, stuff like that, so...
Yeah, of course. She starts to move around. Well, glad to see you're still none the wiser. It starts
He
to move
stops.
off in this direction.
He considers for a moment. I was trying my best.
She starts to move away. And in that off-putting moment, you don't hear the sounds that are coming from inside of Kokuten.
Ah.
You miss it till the very last second. The sounds of the cries of core spirits. Kokuten sort of takes a step forward as something resounds through the fold that you're currently in. It's an upsetting voice. It can't even be called a voice. It's something you more feel instinctually, Sui-sen. Disgusting. She takes other steps. Reprehensible. She continues to move. Can she do that, really? She starts to move again, and you see Kokuten start to fray almost. She starts to move in, and you... Yeah, this one's always been weird. Listening, reaching out, those cries. You were never able to hear the call of the spirit of decay outside because there was a cacophony around you at all times. If you had to stop and listen, you'd say that the air around Kokuten sings.
He turns there and sees them all assembled around there. Are they always that? He kind of stopped, his voice catching in his throat.
You realize it again. Are they always that? And then they're gone again. What was Kokuten like at the tree? That's right, remembering back to the tree. What was she like at the tree? You couldn't see her until she was right there. Then you remember, outside, pressed up against the side of your building. She said there are things that you oftentimes can't see. Certain creatures that kindness can be extended to even though they're not present. And for a moment, you feel the weight of your inexperience as the core spirits dance around Kokuten. This thing in front of you, this isn't just a deity, if you could even call it a deity at all. This is a malignant mass of core spirits. This is a rat king of those creatures.
He stops and looks at her, looks at all of them together, and just kind of stares for a moment, catching in his throat, as he sees one more voice for the fold, but not this kind of cold here, but when all merging together in that one. Are they always that cruel?
Oh my god. You say those words and you hear a laugh. It's a laugh that starts with this one, and then it echoes over here, and then it echoes over here, and then it echoes over here. It bounces between all of them. And you remember what she called herself, as well as you. Another comedian on the stage, waiting for the audience. And as the audience begins to laugh uproariously, so too does she. In your current state, you can feel it, though. She doesn't really feel like laughing right now. And you start to perceive the shape as a laugh rings out. Entire figure shifts around, the core spirit seeming to vanish out of nowhere. This is the truer nature of Kokuten. A creature, a collection of wills. This, she takes a step forward. Give me another roll to do.
Okay. Oof! Wow! It's really 1 or 100.
Die, don't worry.
Oh,
you can
okay.
do good.
Okay. No!
Yes! Yes! Roll a 1 in front of the goddess
Oh,
of
of
misfortune.
course. Oh my god.
She moves in. And you, with utter horror, start to realize exactly what this thing is. A hand reaches forward, the same one that would have annihilated Cully in an instant. None of that weird camaraderie from earlier. Just malignant miasma. And you start to realize what this beast is. A phrase echoes itself through your head. Kokuten is the joke that the core spirits tell themselves. And as this sinks in bodily, Suisen, what do you do?
He sees that. He stumbles back and realizes what Kokuten is. She realizes what all these core spirits amassed are doing, and he realizes that in this moment, perhaps it was a bad idea to hand that spirit over. Perhaps it was a terrible idea to come out and do this, to work with her, to try to drag her this way in any form. And perhaps this might be the end of his life. However, there is something. He backed up to this corner here, starts to pull himself this way, and as he sort of hits this wall here, he kind of fishes for something, time, an answer. Well, are they?
She takes another step forward. Give me another roll to do.
Okay. Oh! Oh.
She stops. And even in the seriousness of the situation, you're like, what? Like your eyes seemingly shocked. She stops. She stops moving because let me just double check something. Oh boy. Oh my god. Suisen, you beat it by 3 with me. Oh, Suisen. Fucking hell. Okay. You watch, and your assertion was, are they always this cruel, right?
Mm-hmm. And he wanted the answer. Well, are they? He wanted to hear it from her voice, the joke's voice. He wanted to hear the punchline.
She takes a step forward. And there's honestly only one answer she can give in a situation like this, even lit by the mask of a god driven away from Raoji, wearing the identity of a god that is most certainly not her. She has to answer for all of the people that she's inherited this title from in the past. The Kokutens that came first. The core spirits that decided to be Kokuten before her. she utters a single word. Yes. And it all cracks. The illusion that is Kokuten breaks down in front of your eyes. A joke to the last. Something that's held together, a collection of core spirits that simply exist bound together by their tails. A singular form that towered over you. But in this moment, you found the point that all their tails connected. And you decided to talk to the one that was holding them all together. So it breaks. All of it. At once. Sui-sen?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what happens when a fold shatters?
He's never experienced that. Never. So he has
Very
no clue.
Very few people have. In fact, I'd be bold enough to say that those few that have come back changed enough that they can no longer communicate the experience. When the house of cards that Kokuten built up around you simply comes crashing down on your head, all that you can see is the point that it breaks. You're somewhere. You're somewhere right now. Intricately layered. You decided to call the farce out for what it was. And the performers putting on this little production don't seem to have taken too kindly to that. Space ruptures and breaks in on itself.
He blinks, takes a realization, seeing this fold cracking in front of him. As he sort of steps up, looking across, he sees multiple of these spirits that are sort of floating around, that are currently trying to make do with what's been just torn apart and reinstate themselves on the world and reform into their circle. Like a stone being tossed into the river, a splash before the water can settle. But the water hasn't settled yet. Daisuisen steps forward a little bit. He looks at his arm for a moment, the right one, the one that is currently bandaged, and he thinks. And he steps forward once more, holding himself there, moving deeper in, cutting his way slightly through those cracks. He almost tries to move around, shifting across, and he finds his way to the entrance of the cabin again, and he cracks that door open.
Oh, you're going deeper then?
Of course.
What was it that Cully said? The only way past is through.
Mm-hmm. We might as well get to the 8th. The hypothetical fold, one that should not exist. For after all, the term fold comes from that similar to one showing a child folding paper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That 7th should be the last layer. But in this way, if you could just press it just a little bit forward, the paper would crack, shatter to pieces. And that's what this is. So, might as well take a look.
You press your way into that cabin. A point of imprisonment. That was the lesson I suppose she was trying to teach you. At this point, you're actually quite convinced that she wasn't trying to teach you a lesson at all and was just fucking with you. But place your hand on the door, and you decide, at the end of a series of mistakes, what's one more? So, I'd like to call a break.
Okay, sounds good.
Because I've got to have you join another campaign.
Oh, okay.
I need this from everyone.
Okay.
Here. Let me drop this in chat. Please join Daisuisen Heaven Mode. Be right back.
Oh my god.
You know what they say, fuck
The
around and
absolute-
find out.
The absolute buffoonery of this. I didn't know about this one, guys.
Stop being a pussy.
Oh, I'm not. I'm excited.
Yeah. What the fuck is this? What's in here?
What is
I don't know. I'm not looking yet. I
happening?
don't want to look yet because I don't think I should.
I mean, it's probably on the fucking title screen. It's fine.
I'm gonna use the bathroom too, so I'll be right back.
It's not.
Just take a peeky peek, bro. Just take. Oh, it's not.
Oh.
I'm taking a little peeky peek. I'm not showing chat, but I'm taking a peeky peek though. It's a criminal.
That might be intentional though.
What? That I'm cheating?
No. But you are. Disgrace you forward.
Come on, chat. Hey, chat. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you all for sticking around.
Welcome to our clown circus ride.
Yeah. I want to thank someone very special who came out today, Jibo. Always a wonderful person. Never tells me to shut up every time I talk.
Oh boy.
Are we on the right page, by the way, Jay?
Oh yes.
Okay, because it's not on the title screen.
Yes.
Thing. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, no, that is more than okay, actually.
Okay, cool. I was just.
Whew. Hey, Suisun crits like a fucking monster and only makes correct calls.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just extremely talented, I guess.
Sometimes you're
I'm back.
just
love
fucking.
Go.
Hey, Christian.
Yeah.
Hey, Suisun's kind of a god.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Other times he rolls all threes.
Sometimes. Three's his favorite number.
Three is
He
his
and
favorite
Shinpei
number.
have signed the pact.
Hey, Christian.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do something different with this campaign.
Okay.
So, refresh your page. I promoted you to GM. Don't click the archive maps.
Okay.
Chad and especially Aloha, you guys will remain as players.
Oh. Okay.
Christian,
Yeah.
you'll see a lot of things on this map.
Yes.
Suisun sees and senses them because he has learned to listen.
Ah,
The audience.
That's fun. That's mean.
So, you're going to use your intuition to solve this situation.
Okay.
You good? You feeling it?
I'm
You ready?
Let's go.
Okay.
Also, he's terrified.
Of course. Look at where you are.
A land of ghosts that shift outside of his view as he turns in every which direction, and he sees everything and feels a lurch. His gift activates, Fear of the Dark. He no longer gains attribute bonuses.
Yeah, this place is deeply upsetting.
He looks around in every which direction and sees a number of entities lurking around.
Yep.
Animals, figures, people, all of them from Raoji, Mitsudai, the woods as he stumbles forwards. He moves directly across as he sees all of these people assembled. And he stops. And he wonders for a quick moment here. He stops and turns over, and he sort of approaches and reaches his hand out and taps this man.
You reach over to the man, and he seems to look at you and mouth a few things, but you can't hear it, and that's so upsetting, Suisun. You're really not doing too hot. Give me a roll to die. The dark version is not initialized.
That's fine. I don't get any
3d6.
attribute bonuses, so it doesn't matter, actually. In this instance, it's arranged to fuck me, so 6.
6. That's upsetting. No, bad. Nope,
Okay,
nope,
yeah.
nope.
He stumbles back and continues moving forward. This place, a place of some sort of malignant energy, all of that. He's inside now, he feels it. And he turns over to the side and looks in every which direction, and he sees something over here. And it's something that shocks him. After all, they're not supposed to be here. And as he turns, he kind of moves or stands stone still in this case
You're in the middle of a
And-
crowd, even if it can't
Yeah.
be seen.
This crowd seems to scream out at him. What are they saying? Can he hear?
They're
What-
all. Oh boy. Okay, so this is gonna be great for the audience.
Yeah.
These ones over here are discussing a treaty. The ones up here, well, that's just another dispute. Got a little too close to my land. These ones up here, the hated ones. You feel the different sensations awash through this area. This is a realm determined. This is a realm determined by the will of others. Hey, Daisuisen.
Mm-hmm.
Give me another roll to die.
Okay. Let's see. 6 again.
Okay. Who do you focus on?
Oh, amongst immediate thoughts.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm going to look across. I scan everything I can see inside of me right now.
No.
And I realize that everyone's dictating this place. Who are the ones that are being dictated to?
You are too good at this. Yeah. Oh boy. You know.
Yeah. He quickly starts moving, stepping up and moving with
You
a quicker
choose.
pace.
So you don't choose to be dictated to by the hateful ones over here, or like any of the crowd. You're heading towards here.
I'm heading towards there, yes.
Okay. Good call. Susan, feeling the fabric of your own existence, you feel like if someone talked to you right now, if someone told you what to do, you would change fundamentally. This is what it means to be a core spirit. You suddenly feel it.
With that, there's something inside of him that almost seems to pulse with that. He looks down at his right arm and feels the pain there, and then sort of holds it back, checks up, and then sort of moves up, steps up the barrier here, and sees a form shifting up there. One he hasn't seen before. He's kind of like stops, and he kind of turns over for a bit, and he sees it, and this very horrified smile shifts on his face as he's just like, wow, that form looks pretty cute, actually.
You speak that out into the world, and almost like where is it? Let me find yeah. You speak that out into the world, and like a wave of light, everything changes. Susan, you go and you talk to a certain person, and in that moment, everything snaps into vision.
Ah,
It's not so dark anymore. In fact, it's almost upsettingly bright out of my eyes.
he stops. Oh, I imagine that means that he's
Yep,
No
back to
longer.
normal. Here, let me give you a normal. Doink, doink, doink. And you say, that form, it's kind of cute actually. And then, I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just an opinion. You don't have to keep it in mind. An observation.
The confirmation is much appreciated, but at the same time, I don't believe I gave you permission to speak to me in such a way.
Understandable.
She's inside, also. She flutters down through the ceiling.
He kind of steps up and moves in for a bit.
No, you can't come inside.
He steps back. That's right, I can't. After all, I need to be invited.
You don't have to obey those same rules. You're not a court. Come on. It lets you inside.
Steps in and moves over and looks around. Can I roll a die really quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. I'm actually going to choose to lock in nothing.
Okay, excellent. She floats around. So, she starts to say something to you. Well, I'm sorry. She flutters forward.
How so?
We're stuck here.
I see. He kind of stops and moves over and sits to the side and contemplates. Well, if we're stuck here, then I suppose that's how that is, correct?
That form dissipates and she sort of like moves over. I guess that's that. I'll admit, I don't think I have your emotional fortitude to sit inside a cabin for however many days that was.
He kind of considers that it was only 9.
Oh, so
He
you
says-
did keep track.
Huh.
You figured... Oh, no. You're thinking more like core spirits now, aren't you?
He kind of considers that a little bit, and there's a bit of a smile that's playing on his face. No, not quite. Actually, I think it's more... I've realized how much I've been thinking like that the whole time.
Oh boy, Kokuten, you're gonna roll the dice. Oh boy, Kokuten. The eyes light up again. Oh, do go on.
He kind of feels... He almost feels uncomfortable in that way. Well, I can feel right now how even you saying that is... or... suppose I have to. He kind of continues moving through life, acting, going forward with responding to feeling. He kind of considers. It feels familiar, I suppose. Everything I felt. It's not the first time I felt it. But it's the first time it's felt so clear, I could say. The most important thing, I think, is he kind of considers a bit as well, as he's like, maybe making such claims like that in a place like this would be kind of bad.
I don't think so. Well, she folds her hands. I could use your help.
He kind of considers, how so?
Well, due to you, accurately calling out my poor stage performance, she's throwing the blame on you still. The other core spirits that have enabled me to do this, I've lost their approval. They don't like the way that I've been acting around you.
I see. Huh. Well, my apologies. I'm not quite sure how to fix that.
You were really good with that other one, who joined the fold quite readily, actually. That spirit of decay is right at home. And assuming that we can get out of this, it will continue to be.
He kind of considers that. That's good. Well,
It's the previous Kokutens that are the problem.
I see.
Everybody's got their own
Previous
opinion.
ones?
I mean, yes, of course.
He considers the other ones that were at the head before you, I'd imagine.
The mask is passed around, yes.
I see. He kind of considers. And then, would you like help then making sure they accept you again?
She smiles. I'm so glad you catch on so quickly.
I see. Well, he kind of considers that as well. It would feel inappropriate to brute force some kind of will on them in this case.
Exactly. Trust me, this isn't something I would ask anyone else.
So what would you have me do?
Talk to them.
Suppose so. He kind of considers that. Well, he kind of stands up a bit, and then he starts to move to the side. Will you come with me in that case, or is it better to stay in here?
I'll come with you.
All right, then. I'm not quite sure how to make my way outside there. He kind of passes through.
Of course. She starts to move out this way, and you come outside, and it's funny, as you move out into this place, you, with the light radiating from you, Sui-sen, as you travel past objects, they will come to be for everyone else.
I see.
You're returning light to this place to some extent. As you walk, you make them more real. Your recognition making them a more fabric and existent force. I want... Oh, you go.
He kind of turns over. Is this a good thing?
She looks around. It's neither good nor bad. For spirits reflect the wills of people around them. These are just figments. They're memories. They're little bits that have existed within us from time immemorial.
I see. He steps past then.
And as you walk, Sui-sen in your wake, everything seems to flare to life.
He moves forward, seeing all these forms, and he listens again. Without engaging, he listens. What are they saying? What do the forms say? Or are they simply saying the same things?
These ones are talking about the one within. Oh, this Kokuten. This one. This is a Kokuten from 400 years ago. Yeah, she was a really impatient one. She was the one that levied countless curses against families, farmers, pretty much anyone she could get her hands on. This is a Kokuten of rage, exiled from her homeland of Raoji. Oh, she brought vengeance down on the undeserving people of Mitsudai. This is truly a cruel and capricious creature.
I see. Sui-sen steps up then, and now I guess it's time to roll to die.
It's time to roll to die.
Oh, the blue.
Oh, that blue.
Sui-sen stands looking down at this Kokuten, and there's sort of a separation there. Perhaps expecting the same bright sounding words that were given earlier. Instead, Sui-sen looks at this one, and there's like a wall there. This Kokuten was probably expecting something, perhaps when it saw him enter, but as soon as it happens, there's a barrier that immediately pops up.
God, this one behind you is just immediately like, I'm never going to. Maybe I was wrong to insult you for that barrier. This one immediately in front, just, you feel a presence move through the room. It's not a voice. The only one who has a right to speak is this one. The one who is given the right of the face, the mask. The rest are simply will. They are containers. The one in front of you radiates disapproval. The sensation that the sensation could only be described as, "Are you done pouting?"
Sui-sen kind of looks down at this one and speaks. I don't care about how angry you are. That doesn't affect me in the slightest.
Sui-sen, as you speak your words intentionally to a being in this place, the sound waves echo out and animate other creatures over here. The clouds seem to alight in the sky. Back over here.
Those who... it's like that thing where as soon as he feels that, he's kind of looking down. So if you need to scream, you can. After all you'll be screaming to is the memories.
Give me a roll to do.
Right, let's do that.
Okay,
50.
you're gonna roll versus one of Kokuten's stats. Oh boy. Okay.
Ooh.
And this thing starts to emit rage. And Sui-sen, you're gonna take 9 damage.
Okay.
as this sound echoes out through the area. The scream is silent, but you can hear the chorus perfectly.
I can listen.
Hated traitors, the ones who carved her land away, more despised than the rest. Dumbass, idiot, stop looking at the sky. Like, it's all of this at once pouring down, all of this rage that was brought down, you realize, on the people that surround you now. Poor victims between the gods, petty disputes. This god might be fake, but you're starting to realize something. This isn't just an imposter deity. This is a core spirit trying its best to be what people believe a god to be. This rage is that of a deity slighted. It is deeply, deeply rooted in the period of Raoji, before the gods were considered to be perfect.
Okay.
And with that, it dissipates, and Kokuten seems to actually change immediately next to you. That's one.
He stops and then turns around. Well, there's more, right?
Of course.
Let's go.
We had a multitude of core spirits under our command.
She's so pretty. I just gotta put that out of character really quick.
She starts walking. And, like, as she's moving, you notice that the character's changed. Now that Rage is back, weirdly, she's bouncing on her heels. She's moving very spritily. It's almost like she's having fun now. They all
He
come
stops
into being
and thinks
around
about that and turns around and looks at her. Oh. There's suddenly, he considers that and also the words of appreciating that barrier after all. It's like, I see. There's no barrier between you, is there? Any of you. That rage has to become yours.
She nods her head affirmative.
He kind of thinks about that. I suppose so. The ability for something to block out that rage, that's a human's domain. He kind of shudders at that a little bit.
Oh.
And he's going to try to move in this building. Probably around down here, stepping through. And he sees another one.
You come inside. And they come to being in front of you. Yeah, you know this one. This was the meticulous and brave Kokuten, the one who came up with the plan to collect as many core spirits as possible to begin with. She thought it'd be a great idea to attack Armistice Hill, full on. Her end was met ruthlessly and calmly on those steps.
He moves over and sees that spirit, and let me roll the die again. Oh, okay. Then in that case, he's going to kind of consider this one a little bit. What's it feeling?
You focus in on it, and this one is feeling inevitability. Time passing. It is feeling the weight of... First, you appease it in human terms. All life must end. This is entropy. But then you think of it more from the realm of the rocks, the grass. This is closer to that decay spirit that you met earlier. This is, at its core, something that you've already empathized with. You don't need to roll. Simply say what you're going to say.
He kind of moves over to the side and considers it. It's okay to fear that inevitable. It is coming. But so long as you still move, it's not here yet. It's okay to thrash about.
You say that.
It doesn't help to ignore it.
As the figures vanish.
Suisen,
you see your properties change.
He sees them flowing back, and you notice on the flip side, Suisen is starting to feel exhausted.
You are.
And then he turns over It's your turn.
What? But you've been doing such a good job.
No, it's your turn. You're going to talk to the next one.
Fine. She moves over and actually, like, offers you an arm.
He takes it.
And then starts to, like, support you in this direction. She's moving, like, now that inevitability has returned. What is that? Is that hope in her eyes? Starts to move in this direction. And then past. And then stops here. And then looks at the door. And then at you. I don't think I can do this one, actually.
He stops and turns over. You can't.
No, this is the most detested one.
He considers that for a little bit as he kind of moves over to the side. How many are left?
She thinks. And then, starts to count on her hands. Well, this one, that one. Oh, this is the strong one. But I don't need this. I don't need to be that. I don't need to be an overwhelming god amongst gods, she says, righting herself. I think this is the very last.
He
The
kind
rest
of
is all
considers
the rest is all me. She speaks up, and then remember this face.
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
one's her.
that. He shudders for a bit as he sort of looks forward, and then... You don't think you can do it, then? That's strange.
What?
He kind of like shoots a... Oh, nothing. It's just... Well, he kind of looks over. Sounds like quitter talk. Where'd all that nobility and pride go?
Moves in, like picks you up like a doll and shakes you.
Come on, I'm just saying. He kind of stops. Is there any other Kokutin inside of there that could do this?
Growl again.
If
Underarms you like a piece of luggage and walks you through the door.
Oh, God.
And you see that shrine, and her entire demeanor changes in here. You know. She slowly exhales. And then takes a step forward. You said this one was mine, correct?
Yes.
She moves up. The god of sheep stands before her. She looks down at this tiny figure compared to her overwhelming height. Moves over here. This one. And you feel a core spirit emanate. And you start to understand the full weight of this creature's history. As the area around... Let me properly show off all of it. The area around begins to alight, cloud after cloud. You see a distant figure. Perhaps, yes, not of her dear brother. This one looks down at this tiny spirit, the Kokutin that existed during the days of Rauji. The first one worshipped as a goddess of misfortune, a core spirit of perpetuity, one that lasts, endures. She glares at the little orb, reaches down. Kokutin, are you gonna listen?
Let's see.
Let's see. Okay. She leans into this being, and Suisen, You feel a sidelong view into a battle resolved a long time ago in a field of wheat. This was the moment that Kokuten truly existed and truly died. The beginning of her time in Mitsudai. And perhaps the moment that the core spirits decided to start playing this joke. You blink. This figure has dissipated, and the creature in front of you is horrifying.
Ah,
This is the form of a Raojin god. Clothed in her complete splendor, she moves back over in this direction. There isn't happiness on her face. She simply travels.
he steps, moving forward and out, as he sort of heads back and sort of follows to the side a bit.
What would the core spirit stabilizers think of you? Aiding a creature of misfortune. Mitsudai would have been much better if you'd just left me in pieces.
He kind of considers that I can't speak for people I don't know. And I can't. He kind of stops about that. I can't confirm something that I don't have any proof for either. He sort of moves over and sits down once more as he kind of like considers for a moment. Let's see, actually. Let's see. Suisen, what do you think?
Oh.
Okay. So he considers Kokuten in that moment. And he sort of, in every way, you are just as much as that spirit, the spirit of decay. You are, he kind of says, you are alive. And that is simply all there is to it.
She crosses her legs and arms and just sits there very defiantly. Well, let's take a guess. The one who wears the mask now. Do you know what this one is?
No.
She almost, her shoulders sag. Do you want to take a guess?
He kind of considers that a little bit, I guess.
Come on. Don't leave me waiting.
He kind of turns over. One wearing the mask now.
Mm-hmm. In perpetuity, rage.
He kind of considers. Well, I think it's you. Because the same one I've talked to previously. Because when you walked out, you were resolved, but you weren't happy. I can
Screws up.
Mhm. If you were happy, you'd be someone different, probably, having gotten your chance at the forefront. But maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you're a bit frustrated because now you have to hear those voices again. He just kind of makes a jab. No, I'm afraid if you're looking for someone to get a guess beyond that, I'm afraid you've picked the wrong person.
She looks relieved. It's just me, huh?
Just Kokuten.
That'll do. She stands and holds out an arm. Come on, come on.
He kind of stands up again.
I've collected enough of my scattered tales to get out of this place.
You sure you don't want to get the last one?
Sure. That one's annoying.
Hmm.
I'll see him
So.
soon enough. Plus, she looks over. A scattered tale sits with her brother, off in the distance. That one's lost in thought. Listen, I might be some sort of nightmarish rat king, but at the same time, they're free to come and go as they please. I'm not gonna lock something up in a tree like some dumb farmer.
He considers that for a bit. Good.
She travels down, and like, as you move past this gigantic procession, the people that welcomed you in the first time, you feel like you're getting closer to an exit. It's like the pressure of the world is bearing down less on your head. Well, it's been a pleasure.
It has, I suppose.
Hmm.
He kind of considers that a bit. It's... he kind of gets like the dumb smile on his face again. To be frank, it's also been a huge headache.
Well, it's nearly over.
I
Time
suppose
flows a
it
little
is.
differently down here. Who knows how long it's been on the surface?
He kind of thinks about that. Hopefully over a month. That'd make the next step so much easier.
For both of our sakes, let's hope it ends there.
With that, I think that's the last word he lets have.
You say that, and Kokuten slowly opens up a tear using the force. All of these core spirits that have existed and absorbed not just the wills of people, but the wills of gods. Overflowing vessels, one after the other, held in perfect balance. Until one man decided to come in and completely upset that. She drives her way back, and Suisun's the very first to go. She looks back at this space that will certainly fade, unless one of the tails decides it's going to live here for a bit longer. And then, she thinks to herself, asked the wrong guy. Huh. Sort of clicks her tongue. Shrugs. Core spirit of what? Places her hand on something that doesn't exist. Well, I suppose it would be boring if you knew every single part of this. And she pushes her way through. At a different time. Something sits at the edge of an island. A tiny little ignition. A light that exists only to make conscious its surrounding existence. It knows where it is. It sits there. There's nothing else. Do days pass? Years? Who the hell knows? Time for this thing exists almost independently. But one day, almost by a will of its own, it realizes that dandelion over there and wants to grow and spread. So this little being tries its best to do something about that. But unfortunately, nothing it really can do in this instance. It simply sits, watches, and waits. It doesn't have hands to grasp or feet to run. But, well. At the time, it didn't need exactly those things. Something shifts behind it. Sprints past. Without seeing the creature, it almost stupidly makes the jump, and then thumps into the water below, lost into the chasm. Well, the figure crawls its way back up, and gives another shot. Slamming into the water below, it crawls its way back up, and attempts a third time. The being looks at this. Is this willpower? No, this is sheer stupidity. The being crawls its way back out, and this process continues for quite some time. Time passes on this island. This little invisible creature remains sitting exactly that way, stationary as long as it takes. Doesn't have a domain. It doesn't have any particular abilities. It doesn't even have conscious thought. Simply put, this is a creature of nothing. Rain begins to fall. Being finds its way back, and with a roar jumps to the other side. Picking the dandelion in triumph, it makes its way back. Being's proud of that person. Yeah, that's great for them. Just don't leave them. Person shifts around. Gripping the parasol on their back, they shift around. Put the dandelion down, say a silent prayer, then look over to the being. Well, you want it, don't you? And with that, something ignites.
That's so cool.
The little creature begins to change, small amount at a time. The figure reaches down, places the umbrella, waves, leaves. How long passed between then and the dread Kokuten finding this little insignificant thing isn't too important. Eventually, this being would be made to wear the mask, and it would become the next. But it does answer a question, one that's been plaguing the minds of both of these individuals, though neither can properly come to the answer. It always existed just out of sight. For Kokuten herself, it came down to, if core spirits have no will, why do I want to see you again? Not that this story holds any meaning for those two at this moment. Back to hell mode, everybody!
Brennan, if you're in chat, I can't believe it's Childhood Friend Sunday. Oh.
Holy shit.
Oh, man.
Well. Hey, everybody back?
Yeah.
Everybody good?
Yeah. We're back.
Well.
I gotta go to rejoin as player, but I'm back.
Excellent. Hey, Sui-san.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yo, it's day 30.
The sunlight has never felt so good.
Oh. This is finally okay. He stops. Well then, 30 days. Wait a minute. Jay,
Yeah.
why can I not control Sui-san?
Oh, you can't control Sui-san?
I can't control Sui-san, Jay.
Here's some Sui-san legs.
Thank
Don't worry
you,
about it. Don't think about
it. Okay. He stops and considers and looks across, and he cracks open the door. Hello?
No Kokuten.
He stops and considers that, and then he... Am I allowed to leave?
Yeah, no overwhelming life energy either. You feel like your senses have been super attuned. The area around you seems peaceful. Like, completely peaceful.
Oh, I stayed 30 days. He decides, if worse comes to worse, he'll run again. But he steps outside, finally stepping out, breathing air that honestly isn't different from the inside, but God, does it feel good.
Wait a second.
Huh?
Something's wrong.
Yeah, actually, he stops and he turns down and looks around and he sees them. What I'm assuming to be... Are those dandelions?
Those sure are dandelions. In a
Yeah.
complete ring around your house. How long have those been there, Sui-san?
He,
You remembered the book.
I know what's going on. You want to tell everyone else?
Kokuten's properties. Kokuten is the goddess of 1,000 weaknesses. She's been exorcised more than any other creature in the entire world, but there is one exception. One must never cross this Kokuten in a field of dandelions, for that is her flower. Temporarily, so long as one is ringed by dandelions, the weaknesses do not apply. This being may do as she wishes.
She grew dandelions for a month, didn't she?
She grew dandelions for a month.
He stops. He kind of stands and stretches and wonders, what feels different? What feels different? Does he feel like his spine is occasionally always rumbling now? Does he feel his stomach is going constantly on the verge of throwing up? Does this no longer feel his left pinky? What the fuck's going on?
You're like, what the fuck is going on? You're like, you go over your faculties. You're like, am I cursed? Am I cursed? I've got to be cursed. But nothing happens. You don't feel anything. It's just quiet. Yeah, no, it's quiet in the woods.
He considers that, and he sort of holds himself there for a moment, and he stops, and he kind of considers that for a moment, checking around the woods, looking in every direction. Suppose I'll have to wait till we meet again, huh?
You start to head out. Yeah, till you meet again. Because that's certainly about to happen. Yeah, that's certainly about to happen, actually. Susan, you stop!
Oh, boy.
You say goodbye to Kokuten in your heart and try to put this entire business behind you. However,
Oh, boy.
at that exact moment, you hear the same shrill, Susan!
He stumbles back just like a...
She pushes you back. Congratulations on your freedom.
I see, yes.
Though 9 days may have only passed to you, 30 have passed in the fold, and that's good enough for me. So, congratulations.
Okay.
You can go see the outside now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the help.
Oh, I should be thanking you.
I see. Of course, because I helped with that. He kind of points at her form.
Yes, of course. And I can't think of a better way to thank
You're
you.
welcome. Wait, what? Stop.
She moves in. Of course, I have a reward for you. Something that I reserve only for the people who deserve it most. Are you ready?
Yes.
She takes a hand and grabs you by the face.
Huh.
And all at once, thwunk, you feel a curse travel through your body. She
He
takes a step backwards.
stops. And then he kind of looks. Some gift.
It really was.
He kind of stops. Yes, I suppose a god of curses would only know how to give gifts like this. He kind of stops and stumbles.
Don't you want to know what your curse is?
What is it?
You turn around, tired of this one's shit. For a second there, at the very end, you're like, yeah, maybe we're cool. But like, she gets that same old grin on her face. Well, I thought a curse befitting of you, it wouldn't be anything like it would test your willpower or make your body weak, because honestly, I feel like you just power through that. You are as strong as the coursing river, as clear-minded as a gorgeous mountain peak, and also you're deeply empathetic, so trying to figure out exactly the right curse was really tricky. She floats back over this way. So, I decided to more curse the world around you.
Huh? He seems like confused.
Don't you know? Haven't you heard? She splits into the biggest, widest smile. The great Suisen ventured to the deepest fold and saved the god of misfortune Kokuten. Haven't you heard? The great Suisen managed to put to rest the life spirit that's contained within this forest.
What are you getting at?
The curse I've given you is reputation. The great Suisen. I think it's a fitting title.
He stops. And he just looks directly across as you see this just Kokuten. You see it. You see a bit of despair fall on his face. You finally got him with that one.
Kokuten feels so much accomplishment in this one moment. It is enough to make 30 days of getting bodied worth it.
Oh no. He kind of stops, hangs his head. Why?
I mean, come on, think about it. You accomplished what no one else could. It'd be a shame if your reputation didn't match up.
He kind of stops. No, stop. Stop.
I'm afraid I can't. Your reputation is already your own. You have to own up to your words and
No.
deeds.
He puts his hand to his head as he just kind of rubs.
All of Mitsudai will be singing your praises soon. Or, well, have fun.
He stops and stumbles a bit. And he stops and turns around, and before he goes, you don't deserve to hear this. And he stops, and then takes a sigh, and then turns around again and faces her directly. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. And he turns around and walks away.
Kokuten sort of relaxes. Her body language, like, sort of finally going from a very threatening to a genuinely relaxed as Suisen travels out through the forest. She exhales. The thought that's echoing across her head now is, maybe the rest of the world will see you the way that I see you now. Letting that
God.
thought resonate around her head, she exits off in this direction, new
Excellent.
core spirit in hand.
And with that, may I drag you back to Daisuisen
Oh,
proper?
yeah,
for the true
Daisuisen
finale?
proper? Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we're
One
going
last
back.
little note.
Oh.
Oh, that's so good. Oh. Oh boy. Hang on. Let me go grab a track here. Okay. All right. Are you back in? Is everyone back in?
Everybody's back in. Hit that music.
All right. Kokuten.
Yes, wait, what?
Dear
Me more? I had a cool
Kokuten.
exit. No, I had a cool exit.
You did. In fact, you're reveling on your cool exit
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
pretty good.
You're thinking about it, and you're wandering through this new, lovely, lively forest.
Oh, it's so gorgeous.
This. A wonderful curse, too. You're reveling in that. A true
Oh.
afterglow of that. The expression they always have when they think they know. They think
Yeah.
they know they're gonna get away. And then, right at the end, all of that, because Kokuten,
Yes.
you are someone who listens.
I
You are,
do
by
listen.
necessity, and thus,
I do.
listening. When you decide to listen to a
What am I
mortal,
listening to?
well, when you decide to listen to a mortal, you
Okay.
understand in that moment that listening to a mortal, if you do it, you can understand them, you can pull them
Mhm.
apart. That
Mhm.
one threw a few curves in, but you know
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure at the end, you managed to piece it together.
I had that entire situation under control.
And so you listen to the forest as well, drowning out the voices within with many without. The way the forest breathes out this life, this, well, actually, the more like, in a way, it's more like decay. And you appreciate the difference. These clouds, noxious, floating around, grabbing at people's
Gorgeous.
souls. It's wonderful.
I love it.
There's another sound you hear.
What's that?
Kokuten! A form makes itself apparent in front of you, slamming down in the earth. It holds itself, moving over and over in your direction as it stares. You.
Well, if it isn't Clove, shouldn't you be off chasing your tail somewhere?
He stops, staring directly across. Clove looks down upon you with absolute fury. This is the look of a hunter. He's been looking at you. What are you doing in my domain?
She waves her hand. The usual. I found a core spirit that was bound up in that tree of yours, and I set it free.
She stops. And she looks. You released that into my woods?
Well, I could say the same thing with the same tone. Like, as you approach, Kokuten remains, she's still in full bliss mode. I could say the same thing in the same tone with you and my core spirit. You listen too much to your wolves and not enough to the world.
And you listen to everything and hear nothing. He stops.
I listen sometimes.
He stops. The anger is only building. The breath is necessary, for words have stopped building up. This clove, god of wolves, the wolf mother, everything spilling out. And he turns to you. Did you wait here simply to mock me?
No, of course not. I found a most fascinating mortal that actually assisted me in calming that spirit you had bound up.
What are you talking about?
Oh, her face splits into that same shitty grin. Oh, haven't you heard about the great Sui-sen?
Something weird is happening, Kokuten.
Yes. I mean, he's probably absolutely being destroyed by this. She probably is in awe of my power. I had that mortal dancing in the palm of my hand for 30 days from from the world's perspective.
You notice the malice cease as Clove's form becomes visible again. Sui-sen?
Yes.
The whelp.
The great.
What are you talking about?
The great Sui-sen. I cursed him with notoriety. Listen, that mortal has plumbed the depths of the deepest folds. He comprehends core spirits on a level that most... I'm praising him too much. I had him wrapped around my fingers.
He stops and thinks. Really?
Yeah, of course.
Truly and honestly?
I was ready to... if it came down to it, I was willing to step on his neck.
One of those cackling hyena laughs that are so rare to hear. In fact, you've never heard it before. You've only heard of it in legends. That's concerning.
Clove, fill me in.
Kokuten, you idiot.
What?
I've never heard of a great Sui-sen. All I've heard is the whelp.
The
The
whelp.
one
Hold
who
on.
lived in a village not so long ago. One that was drowned out in rain. He turns over and stares directly at you. Do you know what happened to that village?
I might have missed some details in the parable. They're all the same, right?
He stopped. Nothing survived that village. Not even the core spirit.
Her entire
Completely.
face screws up.
Utterly obliterated to the core. Do you know who walked out from that space? The only one who walked away and lived, as my wolves reported?
Oh no.
A boy named Sui-sen. Do you know what lies in that man's right hand?
She blinks and just slowly shakes her head no.
Pure, utter oblivion. The ability to destroy any core spirit that it comes across. And you had him in the palm of your hand? Truly. The hyena laugh is heard.
Kokuten just stands up, pulls her robe around herself, and then calmly exits the forest, sweating buckets like, pure and utter oblivion, you say? At my core, I am just a small thing. Together we are strong, but at the... she just shifts away. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
Clove laughs, and there's something he says that stops you in your tracks. Not for any fear or anything like that, but a misunderstanding. Something he said that's absolutely wrong. You're lucky, you know. If he knew you were a core spirit, he would have destroyed you immediately. And you stop. that thought runs along weird.
She sort of stops and turns around and then walks back. I don't know who this whelp you're speaking of is, but I know the great Daisuisen. And whether or not I held his life in the palm of my hand, or he held mine in the palm of his, she like notably looks away. I can tell you that for certain, no one loves and understands core spirits more than him. So, I won't abide by your slander.
With that, Clove kind of looks at you. You're not lying, are you?
Of course not.
He stops. And he waits, and then just decides, get out of my woods.
You bind up any more core spirits and I'll be back.
He keeps going away. And you're left in that moment, left to ponder. Meanwhile, emerging out from the forest, a single man steps out, grabs a branch, enters to the road again, and tosses it in the air. Landing down upon the road, it points at a path. Any path will be good. He's not picky, neither does he particularly care where he ends up, or even what happens to him to a degree. But now, moving out, the great Daisuisen feels great for another reason. Perhaps he did it after all. Maybe he made a friend. And with that, the story closes for today, as a tale of the God of Nothing comes to an end. As does the first session of Daisuisen. Good job, Jay. I high five you. Oh man.
Oh,
hot
Jesus.
damn.
Stupid core spirit fox could have died.
Hey, let me fucking grab the Imgur link.
The main theme is killing me.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
good.
Is
The
this
full
the-
theme commission.
This is the music you commissioned.
Yes, the music commission I talked about. This is the full one.
Yeah, fuck yeah, bro.
Oh, I'm reading all the
And-
chat feedback.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm glad I wasn't able to check chat much during that because I'm so in the zone.
You're gonna
I'm
be
glad to
rewatching
see
this
it.
5 times. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm glad that this
Oh.
apparently hit as hard as I was feeling it hitting.
It was really, really good. Oh, that was great. Oh, thank you everyone for watching too. Jay, you
Fuck.
fucking kicked ass.
You
Thank
too.
you. I'm glad we.
Oh,
Oh, jeez. Fan art. Let's.
Banner.
Ah!
Yeah.
From
Oh.
Jasper, we got the Great Daisuisen.
The great Daisuisen, the
Oh.
boy.
Mhm.
The boy.
And then
I
from
love him.
Jasper, we have Coco.
Coco.
Oh, I love this one. From Lester 2020, Daisuisen featuring Coley from
Dice.
the Devil Did Try series.
Oh.
Fucking Coley, man. I can't believe I cared about him by the end.
Yeah.
Oh.
I want that Dread Goddess. Oh, I love the Dread Kokuten shit. That just
Yeah,
happened
yeah.
from Inky. I want that twink obliterated.
Oh.
Then from Trashbin, we have Amungus.
Alright, I saw White Vent.
Shut up, Purple.
Look, I'm just trying to say,
Purple acting kind of sussy.
what's the imposter?
Oh my god. Yo, I think I
Oh.
saw a white fake a task in electrical.
Oh god.
Yeah, and then Polaris made a fan fiction.
Oh, I'm so
excellent.
excited to read that. Ah, thank you so much. I really loved seeing the one you made before, and I'm excited to see the one you made after seeing like the first episode.
Oh.
And then from Typical Novice,
Nom. She eats the
Nom.
door.
She eats an entire hog outside.
Yeah.
you are what you eat.
The strongest.
And then from MB,
Oh. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
so cool.
then
That's
we
so
have-
fucking
I
cool.
love her.
An alternate colored one.
Oh, that's
rad.
so good. I love her so much. I
Yup,
love her
yup,
so
yup.
Oh boy.
Then, oh yeah, from Smile, we have a Don't Starve
Oh.
Suisun.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh
That's
yeah.
so cool. I love that.
Mm-hmm. Then we have from Darking.
So here's a gift for
It's a
you.
gift, a little gift.
She
Mhm.
was. Oh man, what a. God, you did not stop.
And from Smile,
Enemy.
Enemy.
Kill. Destroy.
Oh
Let me
man.
refresh. Make sure there's and then in the bottom we have Core Spirit Rancher.
Oh,
Alright.
Got the
man.
curse plort from this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh. And
But
with, oh man, with this then, oh, everyone who came out, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around the whole time. This was a really good time. This is a long one, but it was worthwhile in my mind. And this is just a fucking great story in its own right. I had so much fun. And with it, with the fan art, I can now say that session 1 is officially come to a close. And because of that, I feel like now the only correct option is to lay the foundation for next week, for next Saturday, the next session of Daisuisen. A little teaser for you before we depart. Water runs down from the mountain, and as it falls, it bathes the land, making it blackened and sallow. In this drowning place, where both nature and humanity stew in hatred, there is only one thing all life can agree upon. They wish for it all to be washed away, deep into the earth. Next time on Daisuisen, Land of Bitter Honey.